Let's get peppy. Welcome to PEP 211. This is PEP or Planet Extra podcast. I am one of the hosts of Planet America on ABC Australia, but this is not an official podcast of the ABC's. Repeat, not an official podcast. But on PEP, we do cover all the stuff that's too nerdy for TV. If you listen, you can find us on YouTube at the PEP with Chaz and Dr. Dave channel, and you can also see highlights on the PEP Clips YouTube channel as well. You also find timestamps and show notes in our blurbs, and if you leave a comment under our current episode video, we are likely to see it. You can also tweet us or blue sky us at PEPCHASDRDAVE. That's at PepChaz Dr. Dave. If you want to chat to some fellow peppers, you can join our Discord server. It's on the screen right now or in the blurb of the podcast. But if you want to contact me or Lockie the Lackey privately, why not email us? The address is producer@pepthepodcast.com. The address again is producer@pepthepodcast.com. But for now, let's turn to Dr. Pepper himself, Dr. David Smith.
Hi, everyone. I'm David Smith. I'm an associate professor at the United States Studies Centre at the University of Sydney. But let me stress that I do not speak for either of those institutions. I only speak for myself. So, for example, later on, we might be talking a little bit about a certain former opposition leader who was not the biggest fan of the University of Sydney. Like, he liked us less than his constituents liked him, which is saying something. But when I talk about him, I am not talking on behalf of the University of Sydney or of the United States Studies Centre, only on behalf of myself.
While you're giving disclaimers, Dave, Samuel wants to know, a correspondent.
Yes.
I have an exam in the Institute building at the University of Sydney.
Oh, really?
Which is where the US Study Centre is. I note that you, Dave, do not speak for either of the institutions in which you work.
Yeah.
The university or the US Study Centre. But I'd like some clarification on whether you feel comfortable speaking on behalf of the Institute building itself. Or are you ruling out speaking for the institutions and the Institute building?
I could not possibly speak for the Institute building because the Institute building has been there since the 1870s. The Institute building was originally a home for what was then known as deaf, dumb and blind children.
Wow.
It has a remarkable history. It's the Deaf History Association still conducts tours through the Institute building every year because it's got such a unique history. So given the number of people who have been in the Institute building for various reasons, the kinds of ghosts that are still there, I hope they didn't interrupt you during your exam. There is no way that I could presume to speak for the Institute building any more than I could, speak for Australia generally.
Well, if it represented dumb children originally, then maybe it needs someone to speak for it. That could be you.
Good point, but I would not presume to be able to speak
Fair enough.
For them.
Fair enough. Look, what are you grateful for, Dave?
I am grateful for one of my favourite novelists, Jane Gardam, who died last week at the age of 96. Jane Gardam should be an inspiration to everybody because I think that her first publication wasn't actually until her mid-40s, and her first novels for adults were not until much later. So her absolute masterpiece, which was called Old Filth, written in 2005, she was 76 years old when she wrote that. So she was like the consummate late blossomer, just wrote these wonderful novels, Old Filth in particular. I would highly recommend. Very different type of novel from Convenience Store Woman. Okay. So it's don't expect that, but a fantastic novel, a life very well lived and very well written. So Valet Jane Gardam.
Well done. What I am grateful for, I was forced to watch the election coverage. We are going to get into the election stuff pretty early on here. I was forced to watch that. I'm definitely not grateful for that. I said goodbye to a whole lot of politicians who I had never heard of. So it was one and done for my knowledge of those politicians. And I should just say, before I get into what I'm grateful for, I can't believe, having just tuned in to the election night, that Channel 9 is still pumping out those boring graphic segments where they destroy losing politicians in some lame way. I mean, I've got an example over here.
Thank you to your service, Peter Dutton, but also into the drink. 3, 2, 1.
Throw the ball.
Go.
It is.
Remarkable.
And off he goes.
I cannot believe that Channel 9 is still running with that. Like they've done guillotining, they've done dropping him in a shark tank, they've done shooting them out of a cannon. I was making fun of this when I was in my 20s. Like they've been doing this for such a long time, at least 20 years.
Yeah.
Every single year, people accuse them of being cruel to politicians. Every single year, they always say, these are real people. Never once does one of their critics say, hang on, this is incredibly unoriginal. You guys are pulling the exact same trick for about the 8th time in a row. Do you have any new ideas at all at Channel 9? And by the way, every time, it sucks.
Yes.
Every time. Those segments go for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
They're always incredibly slow and awkward. The graphics are cheap.
No, the Dutton one, it's like you know what they're going to do.
Of course you know.
How does it take them so long to make a joke?
Oh, my God. It just goes forever.
Yeah.
I honestly think the only reason they do it these days is just to troll Anthony Green about the fact that at least their computers work. I think that's the only reason they do it. But, anyway, that's not why I'm grateful.
Anthony Green doesn't even need his computers to work.
Well, yeah, I was actually saying this at the time when I was watching this. I was going, dude, just stop looking at your computer. You are a computer. I know the computer's broken. It's the ABC. I know how it works there. Just use your brain. Anyway, that's not why I'm grateful. I'm grateful for when I was watching the election coverage. About the political hacks acting like normal people. It only happens once every 3 years.
Yes.
On an election night when they've finally given up.
Yep.
And they know there's nothing they can do.
Yeah.
And I don't mean, I'm even talking about the incredibly gracious speeches you hear on election night. They're great. But I mean the politicians on the panels.
Yeah, the ones who have to stay there for 4 hours.
Totally.
And all they can really say is, yeah, we fucked that one up.
Totally. And I'm not going to name any particular names, but there are people on these panels who haven't stopped being dicks for the entire last 3 years until election night. And all of a sudden they become a normal person. They become humble. They become honest. They don't take cheap shots. They answer questions. They actually answer questions directly all of a sudden. They just gain that skill overnight. They stop playing games. It's wonderful. It's just a refreshing, there's like a big breath of air. And if they acted like that for the other 3 years, they probably wouldn't get voted out on election night. That's all I have to say. But I'm grateful for them. I enjoyed it. It was a pleasure to watch. Thank you.
Okay.
Correspondence, Dave. Oh, wait. Correspondence is about this. Let's just going to start off like this. We received a request from the Right Honourable Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg. I don't think it's the real one. He asked for a Planet Australia section, Dave, off the back of the election. Your request is our command, Jacob.
Here it comes.
Take it away, Dave.
Okay, so the Australian federal election was held on Saturday night. At the current time of the count, which is about 80% complete, because they count about 3/4 of the vote on the night, then like one vote every day after that.
Yes.
But at the moment, it looks like Labor is going to end up on somewhere between 54 and 55% of the two-party preferred, with the Liberals somewhere between 45 and 46%. In Australian terms, that is an almighty shellacking. That is, I think, the second highest two-party preferred vote that the Labor Party has ever had, the highest since the Second World War. It is the lowest two-party preferred that the coalition has had since the Liberal Party was founded in 1944. The Liberals will also probably have they'll definitely have the lowest share of the primary vote that they've had since they were founded. That was 31% for the coalition, only around 35% to Labor. But these days you don't need a huge amount of the primary vote. And it's also worth noting, because this has been a bit overshadowed by the gravity of Labor's victory, the overall major party vote dropped again at this election to a new record low of 67%. So now more than a third of people are actually, or almost a third of people are not voting for the major parties with their primary vote. So there are still quite a few seats up in the air at the moment, but it is looking like Labor will be somewhere in the low to mid-90s, which is highest number of seats in absolute terms they've ever had. It it could be the highest number proportionally that they've ever had, at least since the Second World War. with the Liberals coalition will probably be somewhere in the low to mid 40s.
I haven't looked this up, but
Yep.
because I didn't expect that number.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head,
Yeah.
my memory is that Howard in 96 was 94
Howard in
seats.
96 was 94.
And that was the shellacking of all shellackings.
Yeah. So that was the most seats a party has ever held. Now, bearing in mind the number of seats has increased over the years. So that was 94 from 148. Now, I think the highest Labor could get is 95 from 150. So roughly similar, maybe not quite as high as the Howard. I don't think they're going to get to 95, but they are likely to get 50 or more seats than the coalition. The coalition would have to do very, very well at this point to get half as many seats as the ALP gets.
Do you have any idea what's happening in the Senate? I've got no idea.
In the Senate, Labor and the Greens put together are going to end up with a very clear majority.
Okay.
So,
but they're not doing it by themselves.
They're not doing it by themselves. I mean, almost no party ever does it by themselves in the Senate. But going back to the coalition's night of woe, the coalition is not going to get any more than 2 out of 6 of the senators who were up for election that night.
Okay.
So they are way down in the – Labor is taking at least 3 seats off the coalition in the Senate, which in Senate terms is pretty huge.
Okay. Well, hiving off the Trump question, which is obviously coming.
Yes.
Are there any other lessons that you have learnt from that election?
Oh, yes, there are quite a lot.
Okay, go for it.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, let's start by looking at Sydney, because Sydney the city, not Sydney the electorate. Sydney the city is a pretty good microcosm of what has happened overall. The coalition was basically giving up on its inner suburban heartland, all those seats that had gone to the Teals or to Labor or the Greens in some cases. They were pursuing an outer suburban strategy. Basically, that we can compensate for the loss of these inner suburban seats with the outer suburbs, with the mortgage belt. There's always an implied thing that, well, we're losing female middle-class votes, which used to be the backbone of the Liberal Party vote. We'll get them back through working-class men. That is not what happened in this election. The Liberals did not pick up a single outer suburban electorate anywhere in Australia. They actually technically did better in the inner suburbs because they picked up one inner suburban seat from a Teal. That was Chisholm in Melbourne. Okay, but getting back to Sydney, they have 4 seats left in the whole city of Sydney. Now, Bradfield, as we speak, is too close to call. It might have been decided by the time that PEP goes out, but at the moment, it is too close to call. The result of Bradfield will determine whether the Liberals or independents have more seats in Sydney.
Wow.
Okay, currently it's 4-all.
Okay.
The outcome of Bradfield will determine whether the Liberals actually get more seats than the independents in the whole of New South Wales, because currently the Liberals are on 6 and independents are on 5. It'll determine whether the Nationals get more seats than the independents in the whole of New South Wales, because currently the Nationals are on 6 and the independents are on 5. And if you look at the seats that they've actually got, so the one seat that they have left that is classified by the Australian Electoral Commission as inner suburban is Cook. Cook was Scott Morrison's electorate. Now, Cook might strike some people as oddly described as inner suburban, given that it includes suburbs that are literally in the Royal National Park.
Yeah, it's a shire. It's
the shire, but it does also include Sydney's greatest suburb, Souci, where I spent my teenage years. Okay, so Souci.
Whatever you reckon.
Souci is the one suburb that is Liberal Party territory between the Georges River and the Parramatta River.
Yeah.
I even looked up the booth results in Souci.
Wow.
On a 2-party preferred basis, 956 to the Liberals, 720 to Labor, and 194 informal ballots. That's the highest informal ballot count anywhere in Cook. Congratulations to the people of Souci. Now,
I'm starting to like Souci now as well with that informal number.
Yes. Yeah. Now, like some geography nerds might complain, hang on. Ramsgate and Sandringham are also in Cook, and they are also north of the Georges River, to which I'd say made-up places, especially Sandringham. Nobody in that part of Sydney thinks that Sandringham actually exists.
I am not going to respond to any correspondence on any of these suburbs.
When I was,
Can I just say?
when I was a teenager, one end of my street was in Souci and the other end of the street was in Sandringham. That is bullshit. Nobody calls it Sandringham. Sandringham was a marketing term invented to make it sound more like an English seaside village at some point in the 1870s. Ramsgate, same. Ramsgate's a bit more of a real place, but in any case, I'm sticking with my story that Souci is the only Liberal Party territory left.
Okay. I'll give you that.
Yes. Now, we're looking at basically 9 to 10 metropolitan seats for the entire coalition. There are 101 seats classified as metropolitan seats out of 150. So they're going to end up likely with about, about 40 seats, a few more than 40 seats. About 20 of those are going to be regional Queensland and New South Wales. Right? They are effectively a regional Queensland and New South Wales party.
They're the new Nationals.
Now, well, yeah. The Nationals are the new Nationals. Yes. By that number, I'm including Nationals, Liberals.
No, I know.
And Liberal Nationals.
The Liberal Nationals are the new Nationals.
Yes. Yeah. Which, it's not a good sign for a number of reasons. One, because the Nationals are still committed to nuclear power, which was one of the huge factors in this election. And I want to say a little bit about this. When Dutton announced, I think it was a couple of years ago, that nuclear power was going to be the centerpiece of the coalition's energy policy, people said at the time, this is insane. This is electoral suicide. We can't wait for you to announce what seats you're going to put these in. But as tends to happen in the Australian political media world, it just kind of got normalised within that bubble. And people forgot what a completely insane idea it is and how totally unpopular it is. Like, it was John Howard who put a moratorium on nuclear power in 1999. And he did that because it was so incredibly unpopular. We just somehow lost sight of how unpopular that was going to make the coalition. But not only are the Nationals still committed to it, the one Liberal who managed to win back an inner city seat, Tim Wilson, he's also 100% on board with it. Yeah, nuclear power is libertarian in some way. I don't know. Doesn't get more individual than an atom.
That's true. Can't deny that.
So the future is not looking particularly bright for the coalition. It would be historically very difficult to win the next election when you are down by probably 50 seats from the party in government. So, winning 25 seats at the government's expense is just an almighty task. And the kind of, that would be equivalent to what Howard did in 1996. But he did that to a government that was going for its fifth term and was on to its second prime minister. I'd say pretty unlikely that they'll do it this time around. That means they're going to need to go for a two-party strategy. Now,
two election strategy.
Two election strategy. Yeah, maybe a two-party strategy as well. maybe split the coalition. Who knows? So I've talked about nuclear power as one of the things that went wrong. The coalition campaign was widely described as shambolic.
Yes.
And it's hard to emphasize how much that is true. Like, Labor ran a good campaign. It was very disciplined. I wouldn't call it an inspiring campaign. I can't remember anything from it, and I don't think I'm going to have any recovered memories of it in the future. But it was highly competent, right? Yeah, I don't remember anything going wrong, and that's probably the best thing that you can ask for. This brings us to what I know is the big question about, was it Donald Trump who was responsible for this? Okay, so this is the real reason why I've gone into so much detail about what went wrong. Yeah,
just before you do, I'll just set you up with correspondence from Luke, because I'm going to address this myself.
Yes, yeah.
I heard on the ABC tonight that the Australian Liberal Party started to see their support tank after Trump's inauguration, particularly after the Ukraine interview with Volodymyr Zelensky. Would be interesting if you guys can pull those stats.
Yes.
Right, so you can keep on talking after that.
Okay. Now, let's back up a bit and talk about why this idea has gained so much traction. It's partly because of how poorly Labor was actually doing in the polls for much of the last 2 years. Essentially, ever since the Voice to Parliament referendum went down in October 2023, polls of voting intention have shown vote intention for Labor going down, and they've shown Albanese's personal popularity going down. And that was basically a steady downward trajectory until about February this year.
Middle of January. I've got the graph right here.
Yeah.
This is, I nicked this from Wikipedia.
Yes.
But this is the two-party preferred we're looking at here.
Yeah.
So you can see, just for those who aren't watching, what Dave just described is obviously true. You can see this gradual descent from, from April 2023 down to a nadir. I'm talking the Labor two-party preferred here. From April 2023 down to a nadir at about January, in the middle of January 2025. And then it's a steady up until the election campaign, the middle of the election campaign, when it flattens out at the very end, the last 2 weeks.
Yes. Yeah. So that is the main piece of evidence that people look at for the Trump factor. It's around that timing, and there's not a lot of other hard evidence to go on. So there was a Resolve poll that asked about a week before the election about people's opinions of Trump. And of uncommitted voters, 35% said that Trump made them less likely to vote for the coalition, while 15% said it made them more likely to vote for the coalition. 24% said it made them less likely to vote for Labor. 24% said it made them more likely to vote for Labor. So it looks like there's something there, but with a question like that, you've got no way of getting at the actual magnitude of that effect. Like, how much did that actually weigh on people's minds? So it's mainly the timing of the polls that you've got to go on. It's
a bit ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
Resolve polling uncommitted voters.
Ah!
Are they even qualified to do that? I'm not sure I trust them. Anyway, go on.
I would be very cautious about reading into the timing of these specific, what we might call Trump events, the inauguration, the Zelensky interview, the tariff announcement. Partly because what we're seeing there is actually a pretty smooth glide up.
Yeah.
We don't see it sort of jerking around.
No, we don't.
With these events happening. But the other thing is, there's one school of thought about polling in Australia that says, until the election is in sight, all that a poll is an assessment of people's attitudes towards the government, right? So what we were seeing with that precipitous decline of Labor was largely the disappointment of Labor voters with Labor about all sorts of things, as well as the fact that the coalition didn't like them. But this school of thought says it doesn't really tell you about people's vote intention because they're not really thinking about the opposition at that point.
I completely agree.
And so what we're seeing is from January, February onwards, people were starting to focus on the election for all kinds of reasons, right? Labor really got the campaign basically underway in January with a raft of policy announcements. There was a Reserve Bank cut in February, which Labor made a lot of. And I'm not saying that these factors were more important than Trump, but just to say Trump was one of the many focusing factors that was happening at that time.
Yeah.
And there are a few more reasons why I'm going to say be cautious about over attributing the results to Trump.
Yeah. I just hang on just before you go on.
Yeah.
Just to jump in on this graph here. Yeah, I haven't been paying attention to Australian politics for a while, but I can tell you that this curve is basically the same curve as the 2004 election. That very, very often, except the pay is reversed.
Yeah.
Very, very often, as you say, over time, government, people go off it. When they pay attention going into the election, all of a sudden, bang, things change.
Yes.
And it's usually 3 or 4 months out from the election, just like here.
Yes.
This is actually quite typical.
It is.
And I've noticed the number of people blaming Trump who never showed this graph.
Yeah.
Or any graph.
They never even bothered to go to Wikipedia.
Yeah, that's right. They never cite any evidence at all. They just use the word polls and think that will do the trick.
Yeah.
But what you want to see is some kind of change if you want to have and the point you made, I think, is spot on. Okay, I'll tell you why I'm seeing this graph. I'm seeing three things.
Yeah.
First thing is, turning point comes in the middle of January.
Mm-hmm.
What did Trump do around there that could possibly affect a turning point? Or nothing.
Yeah.
That was before he was even the president.
Yes.
Okay, so clearly those are factors that aren't Trump-related.
Mm.
2, without doubt, the peak of Trump negativity occurred after Liberation Day in the middle of April, which is when Labor's movement stopped. So obviously there's no connection there either.
Yes.
All right? 3, the period where Trump was imposing steel tariffs on Australia, arresting his all the things that would annoy Australia, and the Zelensky at the same time, 1st of March, is right in the middle of a straight line going at a steady gradient.
Yes.
So I think the evidence is not there.
Yes.
Which doesn't mean that Trump didn't have an effect. It just meant that Trump didn't have an effect greater than other things.
Yes. Yeah.
Whatever those other things may be.
I think there was a definite effect, but it wasn't a determinative effect. And just before I go on, a word about the polls. The polls were off by at least a couple of points on average, but in an unusual direction. That is, this time they actually underestimated both Labor's primary vote and the preference flows to Labor. Now, I'm not sure if there's even going to be a big post-mortem of that because, when they get the result right, overall they don't really care. And in the end, every pollster had it right. Just honourable mention to Freshwater. Freshwater had it the wrongest. Like they finally, I think in the last day before the election, had a poll showing Labor ahead, having continued to show the coalition in front all the way into April. So that was being published in the Financial Review. But the tragic thing about Freshwater?
What's that?
The guy who runs Freshwater was also the coalition's in-house pollster. And he apparently was giving them some very bad information. And his name will be, for a little while, associated with the word recrimination. Because apparently his model was based on a wildly optimistic overestimate of the number of Labor voters who voted against the Voice who would defect to the Liberals as a result.
As a result of the Voice?
As a result of the Voice. Now,
that happened ages ago.
I can tell you as a long-term observer of Australia's culture wars, the correlation between, these rare sort of one-off culture war votes that you get and elections is basically non-existent. Like when the same-sex marriage plebiscite happened, 12 of the 17 electorates who voted against it were Labor electorates. Only 2 of them even swung towards the coalition in the 2 subsequent elections. So, I mean, there's, you do not stake your hopes on one-off culture war votes, but that apparently was what Mr. Freshwater was doing and what Dutton was doing. Okay, that brings us to Dutton's strategy. Now, a lot of his stuff was undeniably pretty Trump-esque.
Yeah.
As soon as Trump was, even before Trump was inaugurated, saying that he wanted to appoint Senator Price in this Elon Musk, Doge role.
Yeah.
He wanted to sack 41,000 public servants. Yeah, that was all a bit Trump-esque. However, that didn't turn people off just because it was Trump-esque.
No.
Dutton should have learned the lessons that Jeff Kennett and Campbell Newman didn't learn before they got kicked out of office. So both of them had shock election losses of elections they were supposed to win. So Jeff Kennett was in power for 2 terms in Victoria. Then he lost badly in 1999, or at least lost badly relative to expectations in 1999, because rural Victorians were pissed off with him slashing the public service. Campbell Newman, he won a massive election victory in Queensland in, I think it was 2012. He was out of office within 1 term. Now, it might have been because Queensland finally lost state of origin in 2014, but I think it was also because, once again, sacking public servants, that was all he really wanted to do. So Dutton should have learnt from previous experience that however much your party room loves it when you talk about sacking public servants, the electorate doesn't.
Yeah, I was going to add to that with the Trump thing, that I could definitely see, I'm not saying Trump made no impact. I could see how Trump could have exacerbated problems that already existed. So to give you an example, that is one example of a dud policy. Another example is the work from home thing. A dud policy, right? When now dud policies on their own hurt you, but if it's a dud policy that's obviously ripped off someone else or ripped off an unpopular person in Trump, then that probably made what was a black eye 2 black eyes. It would have made it worse because you go, wow, that's a shit policy. And it's ripped off a guy we hate.
Yes.
So I think that turn might turn a 1 point drop into a 2 point drop.
Yep.
So I could see how Trump could have those kinds of effects.
Yes.
And I don't know enough about the Australian election to know the other things in common with Trump, but whatever they were, I could see them exacerbating problems that Dutton already had.
Yes.
Yeah.
I would say that's true. And look, in the end, Dutton, for the last 3 years, had run an incredibly one-note campaign, right? Dutton's sole real message was, you are weak, but I am strong.
When you put it that way, though, Dave.
That was it. I am strong. His sole thing that he was able to say about anyone or anything else was weak, me strong. And, there was nothing really to hang his hat on there. I mean, he was criticised for not coming out with detailed policy prescriptions, but you can't come out with something that is never going to exist. Like, policy wasn't what he did.
He did also attack Albanese on the cost of living measures. Like, that was their only other big point of offence, I'd say.
It's on. Lockie's taking on.
Yeah, but did they have any? Well, no. Like, I agree. He was attacking them on it. But did he have any alternative?
Oh no, of course not. I was going to say as well. That's another recycled policy because them saying Albo can't do a good economy is the exact same thing they said in 2022, which was it won't be easy under Albanese.
Yes, yeah.
And this year they said, see, it wasn't easy.
I remember that. I remember that it's not going to be easy under Albanese.
That's right. So there just really was nothing there. And as much as Dutton memorably criticised the hate media of the ABC and the Guardian, the hate media he should have an issue with is Sky News because he was basically the lab-grown candidate of Sky News. He said and did whatever Sky News wanted him to do. He was talking to Sky News all the time and not talking to other media outlets very much. And this is what you get. Now, Sky News' response was basically to say, well, the problem is he didn't Sky News hard enough.
That's always the response.
And Gina Reinhardt said, he wasn't Trumpy enough. Yeah. The media told him not to be like Trump.
Yeah, no true communists, no true Scotsman.
That's right.
Dave,
no
can you
true
tell
Sky
the
News.
Peppers?
No, yeah.
Dave, can you tell the Peppers what happened to the one party that was Trumpy enough?
Oh, the trumpet of patriots.
How'd they go? They were Trumpy.
We should talk a little bit about the minor parties. So, trumpet of patriots, they were 2.3% down on what the United Australia Party had got in 2022. Now, admittedly, Clive Palmer only spent about 52 million on this election compared to the 150 million that he spent last time around.
Yeah.
And so he got nothing out of this one. At least he got bizarro Senator Ralph Babette out of the last one.
Look, I mean, once again, I don't know what I'm talking about, but this sounds to me very much like the curve One Nation went on as well. Like when you're a party that comes out of nowhere, you have an election or two, and then you just descend into nothingness. Whether you rebrand or
I
not.
think they're going to descend into literal nothingness because Clive Palmer said in a radio interview that his wife doesn't want him spending any more money on politics. One Nation was up by about 1.3% of the vote. So sort of overall far-right vote down by about 1%. Coalition vote down, primary vote down by about 3%. The Greens, they lost about 0.5% of their primary vote, but when you're a minor party in the lower house, that 0.5% is really going to mess you up. So it looks like they've lost all 4 of their seats, including their leader. So they are gone from the lower house, but they did, they did very well in the upper house because the upper house rewards them through proportionality.
Well, it seems to me, once again, you can ignore me. I have no idea. But it seems to me that in the case of the Greens, it's not like there was on the night, I remember there was a lot of, what have they done wrong? What's gone wrong? It struck me that it wasn't so much they did something particularly wrong or they were particularly badly, so much as just their competition is Labor.
Yes.
And Labor had a great night.
That's right, yeah.
So when Labor has a great night and their competition is Labor, they have no seats left.
That's right. That is right. But this brings me to one final point about why I am really hanging this on Dutton rather than on Trump. That is, if we go back to the Canadian election last week, okay, and I wrote an article about this in The Conversation.
Going into the homework?
Yeah, going into the homework. I wrote it on Sunday when I was still feeling a bit electioned. So in the Canadian election, we remember that the Liberal Party's gains came mostly at the expense of the New Democratic Party. The New Democratic Party vote absolutely collapsed. The centre-left united around the Liberal Party. The Conservatives actually had quite a respectable result in that election. They expanded their vote share to 41%. They expanded their seat share and actually made regional gains in parts of Canada where they don't usually win seats. So there's stark contrast to the coalition which went completely backwards. So in a country which is directly proximate to the United States, and in an election campaign where Trump was effectively in the election, like Mark Carney was campaigning against Trump, not really against Pierre Poilievre, which was a pity because Pierre Poilievre was campaigning against Justin Trudeau, who really wasn't in the race anymore. In that context, Trump still barely hurt the Conservatives at all in terms of their actual vote. Now, possibly denied them a victory that seemed certain a few months earlier, possibly shaved a few points off, but really didn't lead to any kind of Conservative collapse. In Australia, we are seeing a historic Conservative collapse. I'm not exaggerating. As I said, this is the Liberal Party's worst set of results since the Liberal Party was founded. Right, that you can't just put that on Trump.
Yeah, I was going to say, you go back to the polls we showed you last week on Canada, and they cauterized the wound in the last month.
Yes, yeah.
Like there was that huge Trump surge at the beginning of the year. And when the 51st state stuff was happening. And in the last month, they actually took back ground.
Yes, yeah.
They actually took back ground from the Liberals. And they were much more affected by Trump than Dutton was. So you just have to go, okay, well, if they could cauterize the wound, then is there any sign of Dutton cauterizing the wound? And I'd say no.
No.
And I would say also on that note, if I asked you 5 years ago, how do you reckon Peter Dutton would go in an election against Albo? I reckon most people would have said he'll get pumped.
Yes.
That's what everyone expected.
Yes.
Right? And I think there was a certain degree of surprise over the last few years when he wasn't getting pumped.
Yes, yeah.
But when people paid attention, he got pumped.
They remembered who he was.
Yeah, and you add to that, not a strong campaign from what I understand, from what you're saying, from what everyone else is saying as well.
Yeah.
It's a first-term government trying to get re-elected, which usually gets returned in Australia.
Yep.
And don't forget Cook's Law, which stands up yet again. I'll remind you of Cook's Law. In any federal, I asked Richie for the exact wording. In any federal Australian election, the Australian people will always choose the most small C Conservative candidate. Or, he said, a looser wording was, Australians will always vote for the more boring PM. The candidate closest to the status quo will win. And think about the knock on Albo for the last 3 years is that he does nothing. So, that is playing right into Cook's Law. If he keeps on doing nothing, he might be Prime Minister for 100 years. That's Cook's Law for you. So when you add it all up, of course he was gonna lose.
Yeah.
Trump might have obviously helped, but yeah.
Now, it's important to think about, so the Trump factor's been thrown around a lot. Emma Shortis at the Australian Institute pointed out on their podcast that this is partly kind of because of the fantasies of the American left. So American newspapers are pushing, or of American liberals, The idea that, well, Trump's galvanizing the liberal forces in Canada and Australia, like next is the US, where at the moment there's not a huge amount of evidence that that's happening. But the people who most need to get over the idea of the Trump factor are the Liberal Party themselves.
They're pushing it the hardest.
This is where a lot of the recrimination has been, Trump was like this natural disaster that happened, that there was nothing that we could do about it. I mean, Samantha Maiden even had an article where some anonymous Liberal source said, well, this is a less dramatic version of what happened in Canada. First of all, no, it's a way more dramatic version of what happened in Canada. Second, as we've said, like Trump wasn't even in this election very much. But the third thing is, it wasn't like he was some completely external factor. Dutton had clearly positioned himself as part of the global right that Trump leads. And I know that he is a different kind of populist. He's got his own brand that he's been cultivating for decades. So did Pierre Poilievre. So does Javier Milei in Argentina. But Trump has created such a kind of suffocating global environment that if you ally yourself with the right, Trump is the unavoidable reference point that you have. So as you say, it means a lot of stuff is going to get Trump exacerbated, even if you can't hold Trump completely responsible for it.
For what it's worth, Trump had a take on this.
Oh,
as
he
well.
did, yes.
This is what he had to say.
The Australian election, the Conservatives did very badly, just like in Canada. They're saying it's the Trump effect again. Conservatives in Australia, there was an election this week.
Well, I don't know. Albanese, I'm very friendly with. I don't know anything about the election other than
He just won again. He was re-elected.
the man that won he's very good. He's a friend of mine.
Cash were not the act of a friend. Will you be speaking to him now, congratulating him on his win?
Well, I can only say that he's been very, very nice to me, very respectful to me. I have no idea who the other person is that ran against him. And, we've had a very good relationship.
Poor old Peter Dutton.
That's amazing.
Adding insult to injury. Thanks, by the way, to correspondent Peter for pointing us to that clip. I assume that wasn't Peter Dutton who sent us that clip. But thank you, Peter.
Just point out that, do journalists have to agree to this demand that Trump always gets interviewed in front of a roaring helicopter?
Oh, I know. It's so annoying.
It is incredibly annoying. I know it makes him look important and everything, and it makes it very hard to conduct an interview.
It makes it easier for him to avoid the question he doesn't want to answer.
Yeah, but there's no reason for the media to go along with that.
Look, we really should move off Australian elections. This is an American podcast.
I don't think we should.
But I do have one correspondence I want to just put to you from A1.
Mm-hmm.
You'll like this topic.
Yep.
I knew fighting Father Dave personally before his UAP candidacy, and before I got on the PEP, I actually went along to his fight club in the new post-fire building for a few months, as well as going to the church where he was the rector, Holy Trinity Anglican Church in Dulwich Hill. He seemed eccentric, but fairly chill. Yeah. However, I was a kid, so I may have missed some hints. Since I moved on from the church and the fight club, Father Dave was involved in some very weird conflicts and scandals, ultimately left the church. His joining UAP puzzled me, as I took him for a radical leftist. He told us that he did things like sneaking into offshore detention centres to talk to the detainees and share their stories with the world. Anyway, very interesting man, and I'm glad Dr. Dave brought him up.
Yeah.
He won 2.2%, by the way, in Grainler.
Yes, very politically confused. Like, I think a lot of us were a bit surprised to see him pop up as a UAP candidate. I actually attended a wedding that he conducted once in Dulwich Hill, and there are some peppers who know the story of that wedding, which I am not going to go into.
Okay, let's move on. We've got some more sort of content / correspondence where we're sort of combining the two.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a lot on the Abrego Garcia thing from last week. People loved you and me having stoushing on that, especially given they all agreed with you. We've also...
They want more of that Mark Guy, Mick Malloy vibe on PEP.
I don't know which one I am. We've received 2 stings as well this week about El Salvador.
Awesome.
Our Sting King, Dan, has sent this one in.
To El Salvador. And I had ICE kick down their door. Of course, due process was ignored. That's why I love El Salvador.
I think it's with AI there.
Now here's Chaz and his co-host with some more.
Okay, thanks, Trumpy. And a new Sting master, Sam, has sent one in as well.
If I break the law, send me to El Salvador. Even if I don't break the law, send me to El Salvador.
Very early 80s vibe there. Look, loving both of them.
That was great.
I'm not sure how we're going to split those. You guys can express your preferred one if you want. But we've got two El Salvador Stings. A lot of frustration, as I said, directed at me about the Abrego Garcia stuff. Begun, I think, said it quite well. I think it's time to move past Abrego Garcia. You're going down rabbit holes talking to me. You're going down rabbit holes that aren't really adding much context now. We know he isn't a saint. But like you both said, it doesn't really matter what his character is. We expect people to break laws. It's why we have police. We don't expect governments to do it. I'm sure you both have more interesting topics to cover than this one particular case going forward. That's fair enough, Begun. I do get a little bit repetitive with this case. It's true. I do often spend 20 minutes drilling into various bits of info coming out about this case. And then every time I go, but it doesn't matter because he still should go through a proper process anyway. I can see how that would get boring. Do you have anything to say to Begun other than you agree?
I would, yes, yeah. And I just want to cast people's minds back 5 years, right? When George Floyd was killed, it was well known that George Floyd was not a saint. George Floyd had a record of personally violent conduct. George Floyd had a record of personal petty crime, but it was just widely acknowledged that what happened to him shouldn't happen to any human being. That law enforcement should not treat anyone that way, no matter who they are. And I remember there was another incident that year with the cops getting called on this black bird watcher in Central, in Central Park, and he became this sort of inspirational figure. But he himself ended up pointing out, look, you shouldn't laud me as a hero just because I'm a respectable middle-class citizen. It doesn't matter whether it happens to me or whether it happens to George Floyd. Like, it should not matter who it happens to. If you deny due process, if you deny human rights to one person, you are denying them to everyone.
I 100% agree. I should also say, even though I agree with the tone of Begun's correspondence, when you got a big story like this, I actually think it's on me to make sure if more info comes out, I at least share it with you guys, if briefly, because some people are going to care. Like when you got big stories, some people are going to care, and it's my job to inform people. That's why they tune in. So, I'm gonna keep on giving you new information as it comes, but I will try and make it quick. Okay, I'm not gonna dwell on it. So, for instance, we talked at length about the tattoos last week, right? And we agreed they weren't convincing. That was the one thing we agreed upon. I feel like I should share with you, and I'll do it very briefly, what Terence Cole, a law enforcement veteran and Trump's nominee to be the administrator of the Drug Enforcement Administration, testified to the Senate about this week on this note.
Based on your time as a DEA agent in the field, particularly in Mexico, these tattoos are consistent with MS-13 associations.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Do you know of any other set of combinations that would suggest some other organization this represents?
With this particular one, no, sir.
Super leading questions, of course. I still find them unconvincing, but I am moving on. How fast is that? Unless you want to say something to that, Dave?
All I can say is it takes Lindsey Graham so long to say anything that he should be on Channel 9's Australian election.
I was intrigued, though, by Evie's comment. Evie wrote, Chaz, do you not find it far more plausible that those tattoos are smoke weed, get high, love Jesus until I die?
Yes!
I have to say, I hadn't heard that until I read that comment. I find that much more plausible. That makes so much more sense, especially the cross and the skull.
Yes.
They were always the weakest ones.
Yes.
Like the marijuana smile, you go, yeah, maybe, but the 1 and the 3, you go, they aren't very 1 or 3.
Yeah.
But if the cross stands for love Jesus and the skull stands for until I die, that makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
So that's a good one.
It really tells you the perils of sort of trying this amateur identification of gang members by tattoos or clothing.
Totally.
It's like I remember reading about how the Cincinnati Reds baseball cap is very popular with the Bloods, apparently, because of its bright red colour.
Makes sense.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
And
also popular with Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Yes.
So therefore, like, I mean, that's sort of tattoo identification. Like, you once saw someone from MS-13 who had similar it's like saying, JD Vance is wearing a Cincinnati Reds hat, probably, because he identifies with Cincinnati. Therefore, he's a Blood.
Yeah. No, fair enough. On the human trafficking, there's been an update there as well.
Yep.
They released the body cam footage of his questioning by police back in the day, 2022. It backs up what the story was, so I'm not going to play it. It's very boring. But yeah, it does back up the original story, right? The video. Secondly, apparently the DOJ's been talking to Jose Ramon Hernandez Reyes, the convicted human trafficker who owned the car that Abrego Garcia was driving. So it seems like they're about to try to make something out of this story as well. Apparently, Hernando Reyes told them that he sometimes hired Abrego Garcia to transport undocumented immigrants from Texas to other areas of the country. The reason I tell you that is because if that's true, and that's a big if, this guy's in prison.
Yes.
If that is
probably looking to get his sentence reduced.
Yeah.
Probably looking for a Trump pardon.
Quite possibly. But if that is true, there's actually defense for Abrego Garcia. That's evidence for a different scenario, which we have speculated about before, that Abrego Garcia could have been involved in human trafficking, but not as a member of MS-13. Being hired by a dude. You see what I mean?
Yes.
Like, the only reason the human trafficking is relevant, if it is if he's doing it for MS-13.
Yes.
If he's just doing it for some dude, then even if that dude is part of MS-13, it doesn't mean Abrego Garcia is.
On a broader point, we have to consider at the moment how many resources the government and its allied media are pouring into getting dirt on Abrego Garcia.
Oh, yeah,
and they are still not coming up with anything convincing.
They're definitely no smoking guns, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But what I want to add as well are some genuinely critical updates to this story that aren't about Abrego Garcia in particular, but about the story. According to the White House, they sent a diplomatic note inquiring about releasing Abrego Garcia to Bukele, and they say Bukele refused. Now, who knows if that's true? Who knows if they asked him seriously? If it's true, that could satisfy the Supreme Court requirements for the government, just to put in a request. That's all that they really needed to do, if that's true. Because even Trump seems to be insinuating that it's bullshit.
Yes.
The order from the Supreme Court stands, sir.
You came into our country illegally.
You could get him back. There's a phone on this desk.
I could.
You could pick it up, and with all the power of the presidency, you could call up the president of El Salvador and say, send him back right now.
And if he were the gentleman that you say he is, I would do that.
But the court has ordered you.
Okay, so Trump just admitted right there that he could easily get Abrego Garcia back if he wanted to.
That is how easy it is to flatter Trump into admitting that he's defying a court order.
That's right.
You could definitely do it. You've got the phone, the magic phone there.
You have the power.
Yes.
Yeah. As you said, he's just flat out confessed to defying the Supreme Court there. So there we go, which is interesting. Yeah. Secondly, this bit here is even more bizarre.
It doesn't sound like this judge, who the DOJ is arguing with today about the deportation flights, he wants to know why the proclamation was signed in the dark, his words, and why people were rushed onto planes.
Because we want to get criminals out of our country, number one, and I don't know when it was signed because I didn't sign it. Other people handled it, but Marco Rubio's done a great job, and he wanted them out, and we go along with that.
That's a very strange thing to say. He didn't sign the proclamation. The White House later on explained that statement with this.
The White House put out this statement. I'm going to read it to you in full. It says, President Trump was obviously referring to the original Alien Enemies Act that was signed back in 1798. The recent executive order was personally signed by President Trump invoking the Alien Enemies Act that designated Tren de Aragua as a foreign terrorist organization in order to apprehend and deport these heinous criminals.
Okay, well, he clearly wasn't talking about the original Alien Enemies Act from 1798 because he I mean, if you go back and play that clip again, he's talking about the proclamation. It's very, very clear what he's talking about. Remember, we went through this with Joe Biden and his auto pen, like about 2 months ago. And what we discovered was it doesn't actually matter if you personally sign an executive order or not. They don't even have to be signed.
Even though J.D. Vance has decided this is the single thing that separates the great presidents from the placeholders is whether they use an auto pen or not.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. But what does matter? There's only one thing that actually matters. The president has to ask for it to be signed on their behalf. They have to know that it has been signed.
Yes.
If Trump doesn't even know that this proclamation has been signed, it's not a valid order.
No.
And so, ironically, there's no evidence of Joe Biden ever having executive orders that he didn't know about. But Trump has, once again, confessed to not knowing about his own proclamation. He's saying it's just all Rubio. Now, if that's true, those flights, what those flights to El Salvador are based on, is illegal. Just doesn't exist. They've got to come back.
Can I just give a quick shout out to Rubio? Because I don't think this was on the agenda. He's now Secretary of State and National Security Advisor.
And Archivist. Don't forget Archivist.
And Chief Archivist as well.
Yes. Good on him.
Now you might think, wow, can you appoint someone to two massive positions at once? The answer,
3 Archivist.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, keep forgetting. The answer is yes. Henry Kissinger was Secretary of State and National Security Advisor at the same time and was an incredibly powerful figure in foreign policy. I think it's safe to say Marco Rubio has nothing like the power or influence over U.S. foreign policy that Henry Kissinger had. I would say
I think it's fair to say.
The number of people who are in front of him in that regard includes Stephen Miller and Laura Loomer. He also doesn't exactly have the gravity that Henry Kissinger had.
Yeah, maybe
doesn't really have the personality. He's got the kind of... He knows Jay-Z lyrics as a substitute for personality.
He doesn't even have the animal magnetism towards women that Henry Kissinger had. And if you've seen Henry Kissinger, you would know how much of an insult that is.
But anyway, he holds one more position than Henry Kissinger had because Henry Kissinger was never the National Archivist.
There you go. Well done, Marco. Okay, a couple of quick updates. Update on Harvard. I really don't think this is going to help the administration's court case. I say this every week. The Education Secretary, Linda McMahon, sent Harvard a letter, which basically abused them for 2 and a bit pages.
Did she say, I'll see you in the cage?
She didn't say that. But what she did say was, she said, amongst other things, thank you for your attention to this matter at the end. So it makes me think that Trump wrote that letter. That's his favorite phrase. But anyway, it was basically abuse, this letter. Just like, but the point of the letter was, quote, this letter is to inform you that Harvard should no longer seek grants from the federal government since none will be provided. And I thought there were 2 noteworthy parts of this. One was, like I said, I thought Trump wrote it. 2, it complains about violent protesters. It complains about Harvard's supposed lack of academic rigor. It complains about their grading system. It complains about their plagiarism scandals. It complains about their hiring of Bill de Blasio, of all people. By the way, happy birthday, Bill.
Happy birthday. You share a birthday with both Pat Cummins and Michael Bevan.
Well done, Bill. Good kid. It complains about their poor financial management. It complains about their affirmative action. What it doesn't mention once in this entire 2.5-page letter is Harvard's supposed anti-Semitism, which is the entire legal basis for denying them funds. They've completely forgotten what their argument is meant to be in court. This is going to be a very strong piece of evidence for Harvard, I feel, in court, when they say the anti-Semitism stuff is a pretext for partisan retribution. I reckon the administration have really stuffed this up. I think
Harvard's probably got real lawyers as well.
They probably do.
The worst enemy of the Trump administration.
Yeah, I always thought this is a court case that the administration are going to lose, but I think they're just going to lose it worse and worse and worse every week. Do you have any thoughts on that update?
No.
Okay.
I don't.
Another update. I could have a weekly. I should maybe ask for another sting. I know we've got enough of these. But I could have a weekly update on shit
How
RFK
many
says.
stings does one man need?
Never enough. Shit RFK thinks. I could definitely do a weekly segment on it because every single week there's something dumb. And I've just been letting it go.
Can I?
But I have to update you this week on this one.
So just a slight callback.
Yeah.
During prime ministerial debates in Australia
God, Dave.
in the 90s,
yes,
there was this device called the worm,
yes.
which is they would have an audience of about 200 people watching who'd be measuring their own reactions. And this would be measured by the worm that was going up and down.
Yes.
When Kennedy's speaking, there should be the worm. The brain worm.
The brain worm, yes.
The brain worm. What part of the brain is the worm nibbling at in order to generate this profundity?
Let me tell you, the brain worm is starving when I'm reading out this one. Dave.
Yes.
The current sitting official health secretary in America says that he's going to fix chemtrails.
Jesus.
My biggest concern is the stratospheric aerosol injections that are continuously peppered on us every day. Bromium, aluminum, strontium, it's sprayed in our skies all day long. And I know you've talked to Dane Wigington about this. He seems to be one of the experts in the field.
Is there a question?
Yes. How do we stop it?
That is not happening in my agency. We don't do that. It's done, we think, by DARPA. And a lot of it now is coming out of the jet fuel.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Those materials are put in jet fuel. I'm going to do everything in my power to stop it. We're bringing on somebody who's going to think only about that, find out who's doing it, and holding them accountable.
Dave, the official sitting acting health secretary in America says that in an administration where they have just been sacking cancer researchers, they are going to hire a person whose entire job is to get to the bottom of whether DARPA is responsible for chemtrails. Oh my God.
I'm not sure if it's the way that video translated into MP4 form, but he looked like he was having a stroke or a heart attack while he was talking.
Maybe.
Does anybody look at RFK and say, healthy?
Well, I mean, the guy's got pecs. He also pumps himself full of testosterone. But, I mean, look, let's just say there are less healthy-looking people in the world, less healthy-looking 70-year-olds in the world than RFK, to be fair to him. If we're going to knock him, there's a lot of things to knock him about that are more convincing than he looks like shit, I think. But, maybe in that
Well,
clip.
no, it's because, I think we've exhausted he talks like shit.
Yeah. Dave. Yeah, we probably did. One more update.
Yes.
Houthis. Yesterday, in the middle of the Oval Office meetup between Mark Carney and Trump said this.
We had some very good news last night. The Houthis have announced that they are not, or they've announced to us at least, that they don't want to fight anymore. They just don't want to fight. And we will honor that. And we will stop the bombings. And they have capitulated, but more importantly, we will take their word.
Can you tell us a bit more about the deal that you've reached with the Houthis? That you
No, it's
mentioned
not a deal. They've said, please don't bomb us anymore, and we're not going to attack your ships.
And where did you hear about that?
It doesn't matter where I hear it. The very good source, I could tell you.
It doesn't matter where I hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, but I played it on purpose because
Yes.
I'm actually taking something out of that. Well, first of all, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Other than that it's wildly inaccurate?
Yeah. Well, give us more.
Okay, so Oman has brokered some kind of agreement.
Yeah.
We don't really know the details at the moment between the Houthis and the United States. Given what the Houthis have been doing in the last 2 weeks, I don't think it's a capitulation. I don't think it's the Houthis saying we don't want to fight anymore. They just got a missile into Tel Aviv airport, right? They actually got it through the American and Israeli missile shields. The Houthis, just by harassing an American aircraft carrier, managed to get it to do a maneuver that resulted in an incredibly expensive fighter jet sinking to the bottom of the Red Sea. This is all after the bombing campaign, okay, which supposedly was about reestablishing deterrence.
Yeah, and the Houthis were hiding from Saudi Arabia giving them the full treatment for about, 4 years, 3 years?
Longer than that.
Yeah. So they know how to hide from bombs.
Yes, yeah. And also, the Houthis immediately said in the aftermath of that deal, we are not stopping operations against Israel. So I don't know what the nature of this actual agreement is, but it is not the Houthis going to Mr. Trump and saying, sir, we've learned our lesson, we've capitulated, we don't want to fight anymore.
With tears in their eyes.
Fighting is the Houthis' whole identity. It's their whole reason for existence. As we've said, this is the whole reason they're in power in Yemen. It's because they promised to fight.
Okay. Now, do we know, you're going to see why I'm asking this in a second. Do we know for a fact that it was Oman talking to the Houthis that brokered the deal?
I'm just going off what I've read.
Okay.
But I'm being more explicit about where I've got this from than Trump is.
Yeah, okay. Let me tell you why I asked that.
Yes.
Because I found that extremely enigmatic, those comments from Trump, right? The Houthis saying, please don't bomb us. America trusts them for a start.
Yeah, we're going to take them at their word,
as if they would.
Yeah.
What communication line do the Houthis have to America anyway? I don't know how they'd even contact them if they wanted to contact them. But I'm not saying they'd have none, but I just don't know what it would be.
Yeah.
It seems also, as you say, accurately, to kind of go against what the Houthis have done to date.
Yes.
They were trying to defend Gaza. Gaza is about to become a car park.
Yes.
And they now give up.
Yeah.
That seems
they
unlikely.
Would lose all of their legitimacy if they actually gave up.
That seems unlike what how they've been playing it until now.
Yeah.
And then Trump says all that weird stuff about very good sources. Okay, so when I was watching that, I'll tell you what I was thinking.
Yep.
I was thinking right now, literally now, America is not negotiating with the Houthis. They're negotiating with Iran. They're negotiating a nuclear deal with Iran right now. Trump is going to the Middle East next week. And he also said this.
We'll have maybe before we're going to, as you know, the Middle East, Saudi Arabia. We're going to UAE and Qatar. And that'll be, I guess, Monday night. Some of you are coming with us. I think before then we're going to have a very, very big announcement to make. Like as big as it gets. And I won't tell you on what. But it's going to, and it's very positive. I'd tell you if it was negative or positive. I can't keep that out. It is really, really positive.
Always in reality TV mode. But my point is, could this news about the Houthis be a goodwill gesture from Iran?
Yes.
And could Trump be about to declare a nuclear deal with Iran? If so, it would be incredibly ironic because he would then be doing literally exactly what Obama did a decade ago, which is Obama smoothed things over with the Houthis directly before his final push for the Iranian nuclear deal as well.
Yes.
And we all know this deal may well be extremely similar to Obama's deal as well.
Yes.
So what do you reckon? I mean, I'm just guessing. This is all just speculation on my part.
I mean, the other thing is Trump has just got a very long history of announcing deals that haven't happened. Yeah, that are either based on some kind of discussion or just based on his own wishes. And yeah, you never really know what he's actually talking about. All of the big international deals that have been touted so far have come to nothing. We've seen where the Gaza ceasefire has gone.
Yep.
We've seen the complete failure to have any kind of meaningful ceasefire in Ukraine. We've seen the mineral deal, which seems to be based on minerals to which Ukraine currently has no access.
Yes.
Yeah, like it's all kind of, like in the Washington Post today. There was a breaking news headline, like US to announce a trade deal with the UK next week. It's like one person familiar with the matter says that the United States and the UK have come to a trade agreement. Now, the Washington Post, in its tremendous naivety, is reporting on this as if it's a real thing. They actually said In February, Keir Starmer went to Washington armed with charm and an invitation from Prince Charles. Now, can we just reflect on the kinds of charmless depths that American politics has reached when Keir Starmer is considered charming?
That's a fair question.
Like, people have forgotten how not normal this is. Just how pathological everyone involved in American politics is that's charming. Okay, but once again, like, there's no talk of any actual substance there. As we've talked about a lot over the last couple of weeks, actual trade deals take a very long time to reach if they're going to change anything. This could be an announcement of some very, very minor change to what already exists between the US and the UK.
That's his trade specialty.
Yeah.
Anyway, look, what I just told you there was a lot of ifs and maybes.
Yes.
Let's wait and see. I just thought it was worth flagging.
Let me see if I can find anything about Oman's role in this.
Yeah,
Anyway,
okay.
keep going.
Next topic. I think I'm just calling this brain farts. There have been there's been so much policy by tweet in this week. Some very strange policies. I thought we should just rattle through a couple of them quite quickly. There's 4, actually, I've got named here. First of all, the parade.
Yes.
Trump's planning a military parade in Washington, D.C. on June 14, which is the 250th birthday of the Army. It's also his 79th birthday. It'll involve about 6,600 soldiers, 150 vehicles, 50 helicopters apparently, a spectacular fireworks display, day-long festival in National Mall. He's been hankering for this since his first term.
Oh, he has been.
He saw France's Bastille Day parade in 2017. He's never forgotten it since. He then withdrew his request in the first term after being told it would cost $92 million. I don't know how much this is supposed to cost, but Trump is arguing it's going to be effectively nothing.
We're going to have a big, beautiful parade.
A military parade?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
We're going to celebrate our military. We have the greatest military in the world.
What's the price tag? Do you
People, peanuts compared to the value of doing it. We have the greatest missiles in the world. We have the greatest submarines in the world. We have the greatest army tanks in the world. We have the greatest weapons in the world. And we're going to celebrate it.
Peanuts, Dave. Now, look, to be fair, this is part of the year-long celebrations of the Army's 250th.
Yes.
Okay, so it might not be and become an annual thing. The planning for the Army,
of course, it's not going to be an annual thing.
Well, he might want it to be. It might be a 4-year thing, and then that's it. The planning for the Army's birthday has been proceeding since before Trump was president again. So, for all we know, they were planning to do a parade before Trump even entered the picture. Okay. I'm pretty sure Trump wants a parade, though. Having said all that, all I would add before I throw to you, and like I said, I'm going to keep this quick.
Yeah.
June 14.
Yes.
Now, that is right when the trade war is due to bite. Shortages, layoffs.
Yeah.
That's when there's going to be people are going to be starting to talk about recessions.
Yes.
Holding a big unnecessary parade at that moment, which is associated with Trump being a baby.
Yes. And having a birthday party.
Yes.
Yes.
That might not be quite as unifying as Trump hopes, and people may not regard it as peanuts when it actually occurs. I just want to throw that out there. Okay. What's your take?
So he has mentioned missiles and he's mentioned submarines. This raises some tantalizing possibilities, right? Because we're all familiar with those missile parades that
North
Korea does, where the missile is on the truck.
Yes.
So are we going to have that? But even more tantalizing, are we going to have a submarine on a truck?
Just imagine.
How amazing would that be? Is Trump going to stand there awkwardly saluting the whole time? Just
Queen style
yes,
wave?
Yeah. Like so I've got to admit, some part of me wants this to happen.
I think it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like it's moronic, but very much in keeping with the times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Adding to that, this is very much associated with that, is the Veterans Day policy. Oh, sorry, you were going to say?
Oh, yeah, but it has been, desperately pointed out to Trump that the streets of D.C. are not really equipped to deal with tanks rolling down them.
Yeah, that was talking the first term. It would tear up the street.
Yeah, so when he said 150 vehicles, I don't know.
Tanks are part of them. There are tanks. I've read about it. Yeah.
Okay.
So, sorry, Muriel Bowser. She's the head of Washington, D.C. Okay, he tweeted this out. Many of our allies and friends are celebrating May the 8th as Victory Day, but we did more than any other country by far in producing a victorious result on World War II. I'm hereby, he loves hereby, renaming May the 8th as Victory Day for World War II and November 11th as Victory Day for World War I. We won both wars. Nobody was close to us in terms of strength, bravery, or military brilliance, but we never celebrate anything. That's because we don't have leaders anymore that know how to do so. We are going to start celebrating our victories again. And so he announced that he would rename Veterans Day as Victory Day for World War I, and he would rename May 8th as Victory in World War II Day. Dave, what are your thoughts?
This is at a time when he wants closer relations with Russia.
Ah, yes.
Has he ever asked Vladimir Putin about what the Russian view is on who won the Second World War? Who was it who lost 20 million people in the Second World War?
Oh, the Americans are brave.
Who was it who did the massive campaign of bloody attrition against the Germans on the Eastern Front so that the West could kind of march in through the back door on the Western Front?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are two bits of good news for this, Dave.
Yep.
The first is that Vladimir Putin is going to tell him whether he asks him or not.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the first thing. He'll tell him at length.
Yes.
The second bit of good news is that Trump in his own way is paying tribute to the Russians because he has declared May 8th to be Victory in World War II Day when the Americans fought until September against Japan. It was Russia that won. It was the Russian front that was won on May the 8th. It was the Eastern Front.
Yes, that is true.
So the Western front, May the 8th. So actually, he is paying tribute to the Europeans in his own way without him realizing it.
Right.
By ignoring when America actually won World War II.
Yeah.
But anyway.
By the way, I don't want to disparage the tremendous efforts and sacrifices that were made on the Western Front either, but I'm just saying the Eastern Front was pretty intense.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah.
Can I also add, while we're talking about the respect?
Yes.
This is remarkably disrespectful to the troops.
It's incredibly disrespectful.
Because Veterans Day was originally about World War I.
Yes.
He's going back to his roots there.
Yeah.
It was originally about World War I. It was called Armistice Day in America, like it was in other places. And it was just about World War I. And then in the 50s, they changed it to Veterans Day because they wanted to honor the Korean War veterans as well.
Yes.
Which makes sense. Today, there are no World War I veterans left. All the veterans that are left are the Vietnam War veterans and the Gulf War veterans and the War and Terror veterans, all those guys. And they all celebrate Veterans Day.
There are still a few World War II veterans left.
World War I, I'm saying.
Yeah.
The Armistice Day is about World War I.
Yeah.
Sorry. Victory Day for World War I is going to be about World War I Day. It's not World War II.
Yeah.
My point being that the only people they will be celebrating on that day will be people who are dead. And all the people who are alive who would also like to be celebrated for their contributions to war will not be celebrated anymore, even though they have been celebrated for the last 80 years. Right? So it's incredibly disrespectful. This move is taking away a holiday for all the living troops to honor long dead troops.
Yeah.
Because, presumably, because the long dead troops won. And as Trump says, he likes people that aren't captured.
Yeah. you know what I think probably happened?
What's that?
Bloody PBS played Saving Private Ryan on Sunday night.
We are going to get to that. I know what you're referring to. That's next. And the final point I'd make about this is that Veterans Day was created by legislation. You can't actually do it. Only Congress can.
What? He used the word hereby, though.
Even if he uses the word hereby. Yeah. The power of the word hereby is limited just by the Constitution. Just. It's the only thing I can't achieve. Anyway, do you have anything else to say about the Veterans Day?
No.
No. Okay. So what Dave was referring to just then was the next one. Another policy by tweet. Rebuild and open Alcatraz. For too long, America has been plagued by vicious, violent, and repeat criminal offenders, the dregs of society who will never contribute anything other than misery and suffering. When we were a more serious nation in times past, that's what they say with Trump, we did not hesitate to lock up the most dangerous criminals and keep them far away from anyone they could harm. That's the way it's supposed to be. No longer will we tolerate these serial offenders who spread filth, bloodshed, and mayhem on our streets. That's why today I am directing the Bureau of Prisons, together with the Department of Justice, FBI, and Homeland Security, to reopen a substantially enlarged and rebuilt Alcatraz to house America's most ruthless and violent offenders and most filthy offenders. We will no longer be held hostage to criminal thugs and judges that are afraid to do their job and allow us to remove criminals who came to our country illegally. The reopening of Alcatraz will serve as a symbol of law, order, and justice. We will make America again.
Make America great again.
Sorry, yes. Thank you. Okay, Dave, you might as well just comment first. What are your thoughts on Alcatraz?
You know, Alcatraz was built at a time where people were actually not as good at building jails as they are now.
Yes, I do know that.
Right?
Yeah.
They didn't have construction materials that were as good. They didn't have technology that was as good.
Yep.
The only way to build a prison that people couldn't break out of, which according to movies, breaking out of prison was just quite a common pastime in the olden days.
Yes.
The only way to build a prison they couldn't break out of was to put it on an island in the middle of a bay that was very, very difficult to swim across, right? That's why they built Alcatraz. I'm pretty sure that every prison that's been built since Alcatraz is actually better at containing criminals within the walls.
Yes.
Because people actually did escape from Alcatraz.
They did.
As Trump knows, because he's clearly been watching movies about it, they just didn't survive the trip out of San Francisco Bay.
Yeah.
I would have thought it's generally more efficient to build a prison that people just can't escape from in the first place than to build one that they can escape from, but then they have to die as a result.
Yeah. Obviously, Dave's referred to a few times. We should be explicit.
Yes.
Some have noted that the night before this tweet was sent out, WPBT in Palm Beach, where Trump was staying at the time, broadcast the 1979 classic Escape from Alcatraz.
That's the one with Clint Eastwood as opposed to Birdman of Alcatraz featuring Burt Lancaster. Look, one of the things I just love about this is Trump must be one of the last people in America who is just watching movies on TV on a Sunday night.
Yeah, Sunday night at the movies.
I love it. It's just such a great throwback.
Yeah.
Yeah. I watched many a Sunday night at the movies. I remember Tangent Treehouse. I remember at some point in the mid-90s watching The Crying Game on Channel 7. And I loved The Crying Game. Like, it was my favorite movie for years after this. And what was amazing was, okay, look, I'm sorry, I'm spoiling the plot of The Crying Game, but it's been around for more than 30 years.
Yeah.
Channel 7 showed you the full penis, and it was shocking. Like, the impact, oh, can't believe I'm seeing that on TV. So, yeah, I've got a lot of affection for my memories of watching movies on TV, you know, with ads every 10 minutes, although it probably wouldn't have been on PBS. Or maybe what? Maybe this is what PBS has to do now that it's under attack from Doge.
It was WPBT.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure Trump actually prefers watching movies with ads in them.
Probably does.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how they used to do it. He likes the nostalgia. Look, I'm not sure what problem he thinks he's solving here. There are many options for where to put people spreading filth, bloodshed, and mayhem on our streets. There are no shortage of prisons in America.
No.
I put to you. And as a little side, who do you think he's thinking of when he's talking about spreading filth? Do you think talking about gardeners, road workers? Who spreads filth?
Do you think maybe he did a double with the Shawshank Redemption?
Maybe.
That saw Andy Dufresne escaping
with
through
dirt
the
in his pocket.
sewage.
Yeah.
And he thought, see, that's what prisons are like now.
Yeah.
It's the Shawshank Redemption now. It's got to be more like Alcatraz.
And Andy literally spread filth with it because he dug the tunnel.
That's right.
By putting dirt in his pocket.
Yes.
And then dropping it out. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's trying to solve, but it could not be more pointless. I mean, there is a supermax prison in Colorado, ADX Florence, which is known as the Alcatraz of the Rockies.
Yes.
Which holds the worst of the worst in solitary cells 23 hours a day.
Yeah.
And as you say, no one's come close to escaping from there.
And if they did, I imagine the Rockies would actually be harder to escape from than San Francisco Bay.
Probably, yeah.
Because people are better at swimming now, let's face it.
And mountain ranges in the snow are probably not great to escape through.
And if you do make it across San Francisco Bay, they're like, great, you're in either San Francisco or Oakland. You're in civilization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, good call. But having said that, let's be fair to the man. I ask, why do you need a second Supermax prison?
Mm-hmm.
Trump's got some logic. Let's hear it.
It's long been a symbol, Alcatraz, of whatever it is. I mean, it's a sad symbol, but it's a symbol of law and order. And, it's got quite a history, frankly. So I think we're going to do that, and we're looking at it right now.
It's long been a symbol of whatever it is.
Next time I have to teach postmodernism, that's the quote I'm using.
Yeah. Now, when it was originally opened, they closed it after less than 30 years. Why? Because it cost nearly 3 times as much to run as any other federal prison at the time, because it's on an island. All the food, water, supplies, fuel have to be brought in by boat. Nearly 1 million gallons of water had to be barged to the island each week. When they shut down in 1963, 62 years ago, it was already run down and falling apart. It required the equivalent of $53 million today of renovations when it was shut down in 1963. You can only imagine what it would require now. There's no access to outside power lines. There's no heat. There's no clean water. Some of the island's sewers are from the 1850s and they just pump waste straight into the harbour. So there's quite a lot of construction that would be required to make this work. Right now, they're spending $50 million of renovations just for it to be a tourist attraction. Not jail, a tourist attraction. If you wanted to turn it into a working prison, that would be massively more expensive. By the way, the tourism renovations won't be over until 2027. So you can imagine how long it would take to open a working prison. It'd be well into the 30s. And Trump wants it to be expanded. It's on an island. You can't make it much bigger. But anyway, just imagine how much more that would cost. By the way, if you want the Bureau of Prisons to spend hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions of dollars, on this white elephant, you maybe shouldn't leave them underfunded and short-staffed. Because right now, federal prisons officers are frequently forced to work double shifts, and they often use nurses as guards because they are so understaffed. And the Biden administration experimented with retention bonuses to maintain staffing levels. The Trump administration got rid of them immediately as part of their cost-cutting drive. So I reckon maybe worry about funding what you've got before you add more demands on the system, I would suggest.
Well, that's very sensible, Chaz. But what I'm most upset about is that he waited until after the Australian election to announce this.
Why is that, though?
Because Peter Dutton could have announced a plan to reopen Fort Denison.
Yes. That would have won the election.
Yeah, Peter Dutton was very fond of Kirribilli House. He could have watched it through binoculars every day.
Or he could have suggested they do that and then change his mind a week later. That's the other thing he could have done. Last one, Dave. Last one for the brain farts.
In the brain fart section, yes.
Another policy by tweet. The movie industry in America is dying a very fast death. Other countries are offering all sorts of incentives to draw our filmmakers and studios away from the United States. Hollywood and many other areas within the USA are being devastated. This is a concerted effort by other nations and therefore a national security threat. It is in addition to everything else messaging and propaganda. Therefore, I am authorizing the Department of Commerce and the United States Trade Representative to immediately begin the process of instituting a 100% tariff on any and all movies coming into our country that are produced in foreign lands. We want movies made in America again. If you're wondering where this came from, apart from the fact this was also the day after he watched Escape from Alcatraz, which was made in America. John Voight is one of Trump's special envoys to Hollywood. He's got 3 of them. I think it's Sylvester Stallone, another one. And John Voight spent weeks talking to various Hollywood people about ways to revitalize.
John Voight, by the way, this is the actor. This was Joe Buck in Midnight Cowboy.
Yep. Angelina Jolie's dad. That one. Mission Impossible, old dude.
Yeah.
And
he was in Heat as well.
He was. And they all agreed, the people that John Voight spoke to, that Trump should offer a tax incentive to make movies in America. But Trump doesn't like tax incentives. He likes tariffs. He especially wouldn't want to be handing out financial benefits to Hollywood, of all places, because, they're lefties. But Trump thinks tariffs raise money for America, so he likes them. So John Voight suggested that. That's where it came from. And just before I throw it to you, Dave, to ask your view on this, let me just make the boring point. Once again, Trump does not have the power to impose tariffs from the Constitution, especially not tariffs on movies.
Yes.
He's relying on emergency and national security legislation when he says this.
Yeah.
Which is why he declared that movie making being drawn away from Hollywood is a national security threat.
Yes.
Could that be his lamest and least convincing national security threat yet?
That is pretty amazing.
Less movies being made in Hollywood, a national security threat.
Yeah, like Australia offering a tax break so they can make Avatar here or something. That's a national security threat.
And just the record, domestic revenue in films is up 16% since this time last year. So it's not an emergency. But anyway, I'll throw it to you now and then I'll say more.
There's a lot to unpack here. I mean, that every big budget movie now is made in multiple places.
Yep.
Often depending on who is, offering the relevant tax breaks. Like any movie that you see set in New York, you're probably looking at Toronto.
Yeah.
These days, even movies set in Los Angeles, that's probably Vancouver.
Yeah.
And to make a point that has been widely made about this, like, yes, film production in Los Angeles is down by 40% or something like that, but not all of that is going to foreign lands, as Trump calls it. A lot of it is going to the states that are specifically putting the tax dollars into the tax breaks into getting the film industry there, which are New York and Georgia.
New
York is sick of Toronto being, posing as New York. They want New York back.
Yeah.
So New York is offering a lot of incentives, and I mean, I've seen a lot of TV shows that end with "Made in Georgia." With this peach logo. So that's what the major competition to Hollywood is. It is bizarre, given all of the negative connotations of Hollywood that conservatives have. Yeah, this is the push to save Hollywood. And it does remind you that, in some ways, Trump is made of slightly different stuff from ideological conservatives, even if he often arrives at the same endpoints. But just trying to get my head around how tariffs would work. It's like there's no longer cans of oldie time film coming through customs, which the CBP could, whack some tariffs on. It just doesn't work that way anymore.
This is exactly where I was going.
Yes.
What does this mean?
And also, I mean, what is the plan to put prices up on, ticket prices up?
What
movie?
Dave, what's the tariff even on? Is it on ticket prices? Is it on the budget, the production budget?
Yeah.
Is it on whatever the tax break they got from the other country is?
Yes.
Like, what's it on?
Yeah.
There's so many questions. Does it apply to streaming services?
Yeah.
How are you going to tariff Netflix when the movie's free? Like, I don't understand. How does that work?
Yeah.
How much of the movie can be overseas before you tariff it?
Yes.
One scene? 2 scenes? The whole movie? Is it just filming the movie overseas? That's the issue? Or how about post-production?
Yeah.
How about pre-production? What if it's what are TV shows? Do they count? Like, it's just, he's clarified nothing. There are so many questions about this.
I mean, I'm just thinking about this now as I'm staring at this dumb Truth Social screen that has proudly made in the United States of America in front of it. He sees everything in terms of these manufacturing metaphors, these like mid-century manufacturing metaphors that something is made in a factory in a specific place and it's this specific good that is shipped from one place to another, and at some point you can slap a tariff on it. It just makes absolutely no sense at all when it comes to the film industry.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And also John Voight, I mean, John Voight often doesn't come across as the largest intellectual giant. But this was not what he was suggesting.
No.
John Voight actually spent weeks talking to various stakeholders in the film industry, from producers to unions to local authorities in places where films are made.
Yeah, and they're all saying tax break.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Yeah. And so he actually came out with this quite, I mean, yes, it's mostly tax breaks, but this quite sophisticated package of various tax breaks and incentives. And then something about, like in rare instances, we might use tariffs, like specifically targeted tariffs for specific purposes. But no, 100% tariff.
Yeah.
If your movie's soundtrack was recorded in London, you're paying twice as much for your ticket and for your popcorn.
Yeah. Now Trump, if we look at that tweet again, we haven't addressed one of his concerns. That is, it is in addition to everything else, messaging and propaganda.
Yes,
that bit there. Right, so he's concerned about the propaganda level, but what he needs to realize, you realize this.
Yeah.
What he needs to realize is that's not why America gets foreign propaganda from Hollywood. The reason America gets foreign propaganda from Hollywood, to the extent that it does, is because 60% of the box office is now from overseas.
Yes.
So filmmakers go out of their way to suck up to countries like, say, China.
Yes.
Because international distribution is where they make their money now.
Yes.
And by the way, appealing to international viewers is why there are so many stupid superhero movies and franchises these days.
Yes,
Because they're appealing to non-English speakers.
Yes,
Right?
And also you can put recognizable foreign locations in them.
You can, absolutely.
Yeah. Like, remember how excited people were that The Matrix was filmed in Sydney? And it was supposed to be Chicago, but you could definitely recognize bits of Sydney. Like, I know that phone box on Pitt Street.
Yes.
Yeah.
And ironically, he's right.
Yeah.
The movie industry is dying, and that's part of the reason why. Because it's all superhero movies to appeal to international audiences, and that is killing the movies.
Yeah.
But this policy is not going to stop that.
No.
Besides, if Trump is so worried about foreign propaganda, why does he keep extending his olive branch on TikTok?
Yes.
Which I thought was more relevant to that particular topic. But anyway.
Also, what's he going to do about all of Steven Seagal's Russian movies?
Oh.
Once again, this is showing a sad lack of consultation with Vladimir Putin.
I'm sure Vlad will get to the bottom of all these issues.
Yeah.
Also, we should point out, this is not just tariffing foreign movies. It's tariffing American movies that are partially made overseas.
Which is nearly all of them these days.
Exactly. He's also not even right about what the problem is. In 2023, the American film industry made $22.6 billion in exports to $7.2 billion in imports.
Yeah.
Had a hugely positive balance of trade in every major market in the world.
Yeah.
In fact, imposing tariffs on foreign movies is the perfect way to spark retaliation from other countries, which would hurt American movie makers and the Hollywood surplus even more.
Yep.
But if you just make movies more expensive, which is what this policy would do.
Yes.
There will simply be fewer movies made. And as I said, movies are already dying. And you know the movies are not going to get made? They're not going to be the Avengers Part 58. They're going to be the small movies.
Yeah.
They're the ones that aren't going to get made. And there aren't many of them already. So, I suppose that my final thought on this is that the indication that this policy probably won't save the movie industry is the fact that the day after, the stocks for Netflix, Disney, Paramount, and Fox Corp all crashed. I think that's probably a sign that Trump didn't solve the problem he was trying to solve in this particular circumstance. Any other thoughts, Dave, on that?
I'm just wondering what other movies Trump could see that could affect policy. Like, if he sees City Slickers 2, The Legend of Curly's Gold, is it going to be like, we will fix the deficit by finding this gold from a train robbery that's buried somewhere in Nevada?
There are so many movies that could lead to him trying to solve the deficit by finding gold.
Yeah.
Or robbing banks.
I remember, the American political commentator Nicole Hemmer?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Yeah. So she was a visiting fellow at the US Studies Centre many years ago. And I remember she was interviewed by some Australian radio station on Constitution Day.
Oh, yeah.
And she was asked about, could you tell us about the time that the Constitution was stolen and went missing? And she said, I believe that's the plot of the movie National Treasure. Never actually happened.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Okay, now, Dave, you've got an hour left.
Yes.
Right? So I'll tell you the topics that we've got queued up.
Okay.
You can pick them because I want to make sure that you're here for what you want to do.
Right.
What the topics that we've got queued up here,
Mm-hmm.
we've got court stuff. In particular, we've got the Alien Enemies Act and Perkins Coie in court. We've got trade war.
Mm-hmm.
There's some changes in the trade war. And we've also got Trump corruption. So what would you like to do next?
Trump corruption is a very big topic. I think that we've got to tackle it now.
Okay. I know some of the areas you're going, so I'll go into some other areas.
Yes.
And I'll leave you to clear out. Okay. First of all, Club Trump. According to Politico, Donald Trump Jr. and mega donor Omid Malik and several other investors have launched an invite-only club that costs more than $500,000 to join. It featured an exclusive post-White House Correspondents' Dinner gathering called the Executive Branch. And it's deliberately designed for business and tech moguls only to rub shoulders with the Trump administration. I don't know how much the Trump administration is getting paid. If these guys are getting paid at all, like given that these guys are paying $500,000 each to join. But essentially, these moguls get to mingle with Trump advisors and cabinet members in private, which will be a nice little money spinner for Donald Trump Jr. and Omid Malik. Cash for access, obviously. Now, that seemed like that worked out well for them, I'm sure. Trump obviously liked the idea because then he started to sell tickets to his own one. He doesn't like other people wetting their beak.
No.
To what he calls the most exclusive invitation in the world. Take that, executive branch. It's a chance.
He's competing with his own son.
Yeah. It's a chance to have an intimate private dinner on May 22. It's coming up, folks. Not too late. 2 weeks to go. With President Trump at his members-only golf club in Virginia, followed by a guided tour of the White House. How do you get tickets, you might be wondering, Dave? You simply need to be one of the top 220 investors in Dollar Trump, Trump's cryptocurrency, over a designated 3-week period. You got to buy, even if you got lots of investment in it already, that doesn't count. You got to buy anew during this 3-week period. The top 220 during this 3-week period get tickets.
This is worse than Coles Rewards.
To the most exclusive invitation in the world. The top 25 investors get a private reception with Trump before the dinner, which goes to show how worthless the actual dinner is. You can find all about it if you're interested, folks. It's not too late. It is not too late. You go to gettrumpmemes.com. And when you go there, you'll see these pictures of Trump.
God.
How good are these pictures of Trump? I would pay lots of money for these pictures. How old would you say he looks in those pictures? How old do you reckon there, Dave? 40? 35? It's just, he looks about half his weight.
Yes, yeah.
It's quite extraordinary how these artists are quite talented. The ones that make it look almost like it could be a real person, yet at the same time, just
Obviously
nothing like
not.
reality.
What is the only official Trump meme?
The only. Well, the rest are unofficial. That's what it means, Dave. Do you really need me to explain that to you? There's a lot of unofficial Trump memes out there. This is the only official Trump meme. The one you can get here with Trump.
Is a meme
with Trump looking 20.
A meme if it's official?
Yeah, I think so.
Meme coin.
It's a meme coin. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, that's a good call from Lockie. It's a meme coin.
Oh, it's
Dollar
a meme
Trump.
coin.
Dollar Trump. Yeah, that's
Why
a good
doesn't
call.
he say the only official Trump meme coin?
Because he's just got the lingo, man. That's how he does things.
I was going to say, like, I've never heard of anybody buying a meme.
My point is, you need to go there and look at those pictures, okay?
Yes.
If this guy, whoever this artist is, drew me, he would draw a fetus. That's all I'm saying. But this was obviously corrupt, right? We're talking about here. You're giving people access to Trump in return for pumping up his cryptocurrency, right?
Yeah.
And it totally worked. When the word spread, the meme coins or memes price surged 60%.
Amazing.
Crypto Slate estimated that to break into the top 20, you need to invest more than $395,000. The holders of 27 crypto wallets have each acquired more than 100,000 Trump coins, which are worth over $1 million each. Not the coins, but in total. Adding up together, everything, they're worth about $100 million, all the Trump coins that he sold during this promotion. According to the Washington Post, the biggest buyer acquired 2 million coins worth $24 million. That buyer, by the way, was involved in the group that involved Justin's son. The buyer was a group involving Justin's son.
Yes.
Who is the guy that Trump's SEC dropped a fraud investigation into, coincidentally. Yes. Of course, as well, Trump owns and his entities own 80% of the supply of tokens. Washington Post estimates overall the president and his partners earned $312 million in sales and $41 million in fees as of when the Washington Post looked into it. On paper, the increased value of the coins alone made Trump $4.8 billion richer.
Yes.
Now, in reality, that will not last.
No, that won't.
They'll go up and down, whatever.
Yes,
He may never even realize any of that money.
No.
But still, Trump did okay for himself. Now, Chris Murphy tweeted out, this isn't Trump just being Trump. The Trump coin scam is the most brazenly corrupt thing a president has ever done. Not close.
Yes.
I'm not sure I'd say not close, Chris, because we've been paying attention for some time. And but I do agree, it's up there. It's up there. The corruption, Dave, isn't even hidden anymore.
No, this is it's maybe not the most corrupt, but most brazenly corrupt thing.
That is true.
Yeah, I think that is true that's not close.
Yeah.
Like, even by Trump standards, this is incredibly just in your face.
He's very brazen. I just want to make the point. Companies now are openly trying to use it to influence the administration. They're saying they're doing it.
Yes, yeah.
It's like Freight Technologies Incorporated is a shipping company, just a normal shipping company, which bought $20 million of Trump's meme coin.
Yes.
And the CEO in the news release, the press release, the public press release, said that purchasing Trump's digital token would be, quote, an effective way to advocate for fair, balanced and free trade between Mexico and America.
Yes.
They're just openly saying that they're bribing him now.
And I want to go back to Justin's son, who you mentioned. So for those not familiar with Justin's son, so he's a Chinese-born billionaire. He was under investigation for securities fraud from 2023 onwards. He announced that he had bought $75 million worth of this coin. I refuse to call it meme, of this coin. And it was announced very shortly after that this was no longer a priority for the SEC to investigate. Now, that is, in general, this has been deprioritized. So remember we talked about last year, one of the things that the Biden administration did was that the SEC under Biden would investigate, it was investigating it as unregulated securities.
Yes.
The big thing that the crypto industry wanted was for it not to be classified as securities, not to be investigated in the same, with the same regulatory scrutiny that securities are. That's generally part of the deprioritization that's going on. But nonetheless, in the case of Justin Sun, this looks like an incredibly blatant way of buying his way out of an investigation, because the investigation was already underway, had been for 2 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
Having said that, the official website of the meme coin does say that the tokens aren't an investment opportunity, but simply a means of showing support for the president. GetTrumpMemes.com is not political and has nothing to do with any political campaign or any political office or governmental agency, in case you're wondering. So there's no problems there. Now, Trump was asked about his use of cryptocurrency on Meet the Press.
My God, look, who is that even supposed to be?
Look at that photo. Oh, my God. Yeah, Lockie, make sure you put that one up at this moment. Everyone needs to see this photo. What's going on his face? His face is too big.
Like a cross between F. Murray Abrahams and Chevy Chase with Trump hair.
Yeah, the hair's accurate. The hair was accurate. It's a bit thinner now, but the face is way too big. Like when they get rid of all the jowls and stuff, it's just all face. I'm feeling threatened by him pointing at me.
Yeah,
I don't like that man pointing at me. Whoever that man is.
So that must be AI generated, right?
I
don't
think any human being's going to claim credit for it.
Check the fingers. But yeah, it's the blurred people that is the that is the giveaway.
Anyway, my point is, he was asked about his use of cryptocurrency on Meet the Press, and this was his response.
You're not profiting off of the cryptocurrency.
I haven't even looked.
Has your family?
I'll tell you what. Look, if I own stock in something and I do a good job, and the stock market goes up, I guess I'm profiting. But who really profits is somebody like Nancy Pelosi, who uses inside information. She worked for $175,000 a year, and that's at the high end, and she's worth $150, $200 million. Okay? You ought to look at Nancy Pelosi, and you ought to look at some of these politicians that are stone-cold crooks. I was very wealthy when I came in. Being president, I probably cost me money if you really look.
Look, if he does good things, he profits, and it's actually probably cost him money being president.
I just love the contrast between what we've just seen and this.
And that picture, yeah.
Yes.
And we should be talking about Nancy Pelosi. That's what we should be talking about. So those who are worried about the ethics of all this and the corruption, don't worry. Worry about Nancy Pelosi. Okay, all right. So that this is one area of corruption. Yes. Then there's a whole different area of corruption.
Yeah, and look, before we get on to that, I just want to admit to something that I got wrong earlier on in the year, which was remember when Dollar Trump and Dollar Melania first launched? We actually said this is just going to be a blatant tool of corruption.
Oh, we did, yes.
Yes, because there's no need for a brown paper bag.
Nah.
All that you need to do is post on your favorite social media platform how much Trump coin you've bought.
And you can make it so the only person who knows is Trump.
Yes.
You don't have to post it anywhere. You can just walk up to Trump and say, I bought this much.
That's right.
Yeah.
But at the time, remember, I was skeptical that would even work because I said, this fucking thing is so embarrassing. Nobody with any self-respect is going to buy it. I made the fatal mistake of assuming that people still get embarrassed about things in America in 2025. Sorry.
Have you seen that picture that he has on his on Get Trump Memes? He's not embarrassed. No one's embarrassed. Okay, Dave. Tell us about the next area.
So that was hang on. Sorry.
Yeah.
There's a few things that we could talk about. So you may remember the vehicle that Trump and his sons put together called World Liberty Financial.
I do.
Yes. So that was before his inauguration.
Yes.
That was they were advertising that they were getting into cryptocurrency. So before the inauguration, and the cryptocurrency industry at that point started to get pissed off. Like, I mean, especially when the Dollar Trump and Dollar Melania coins were released, because Trump had been promising all of these things to the crypto industry. I mean, so had the Democrats, admittedly, but Trump was particularly big on if there was going to be regulation, it was really going to be regulation that favored the crypto industry. But by coming out with this just blatantly corrupt stuff with World Liberty Financial and the ludicrousness of the Trump coins and the Melania coins, what people like Mark Cuban were worried about was that this would undermine public confidence in the whole enterprise of cryptocurrency. Now, you know my views on cryptocurrency. I think this is the greatest service that Trump can perform, is by showing cryptocurrency at its most absurd and challenging to people to think about what really are the differences between this and other forms of coin. Now, there are differences between this and other forms of cryptocurrency. Okay, so meme coin is a particularly ridiculous manifestation of it. I was reading an article about people who trade in meme coin. Basically, you've got to be awake 24 hours a day. Maybe you could do it. Because you've got to be attentive to these market movements that happen in a matter of seconds. Like, that's when your window, opens about some meme suddenly becomes popular for some reason. Yeah, then you've got about 30 seconds to deal with it, and you can either, make $5,000 out of it or lose $5,000. Usually we're not actually talking about gigantic amounts.
Look, I that does sound fun, and I would love to mess around with crypto, but on the other hand, my face looks normal, and have seen from this website of Trump, apparently your face needs to be really screwed up before you can be dabbling in crypto.
Yes, but that is not the only thing that is going on in the
Look at his face there.
Jesus Christ.
Every single picture that Lockie is scrolling to just looks worse and worse and worse. That doesn't look anything like Trump. Who is that? Anyway.
He's got no neck.
I reckon the silhouetted figure in that picture looks more like Trump than the Trump shaking his hand.
The Trump shaking his hand, just the proportions of the body are so wrong. Will you be having dinner with President Trump?
Sorry, we're interrupting the flow.
Anyway, so what World Liberty Financial recently has indicated as a desire to get into is stablecoin.
Yes.
Okay, so stablecoin is cryptocurrency that is pegged to the US dollar.
Yes.
All right, there's this one unit of this cryptocurrency is $1 US. Now, stablecoin is not without its problems. The Sam Bankman, I always forget, in what order is it? Sam
Bankman-Fried. Yeah.
Sam Bankman, Sam Bankman-Fried actually really threatened the whole stability of the entire stablecoin industry when it turned out that what he was trading in was complete smoke and mirrors. Nonetheless, the big stablecoin exchanges have actually recovered. I think one of them got wiped out as a result of that. But so Tether still exists, and Binance,
which is a relevant one.
Yeah. So Binance is the big exchange that still exists. Yeah. Okay, when Trump is offering dinners to random people who buy a lot of Trump coin, that's obviously corrupt, but it's not yet in the realm of threatening the Constitution. However, what World Liberty Financial is doing now, however, we're getting into constitutional territory because the government of Abu Dhabi has announced the intention to invest in this particular Trump stablecoin.
Yes.
Now, once again, the people who are really into crypto are probably not very happy about having something as important as stablecoin getting dragged into the mud, right? Because Sam Bankman-Fried showed stablecoin gets a lot less stable when you start to show what it's actually all based on. And this is going to show very quickly what it's all actually based on, which is nothing. But that's not the constitutional issue. Constitutional issue is the emoluments clause of the Constitution, which often gets sort of cited willy-nilly all over the place incorrectly, because the emoluments clause is specifically referring to foreign governments.
Yes.
Enriching public officials.
Yes.
Okay, so that clause of the Constitution says, I particularly like this, the United States is not allowed to bestow any title of nobility. I'm sure that that's one that Trump is going to violate if he has enough time. He's definitely going to appoint titles of nobility, probably to himself. But it also says that no foreign prince or king or, I don't know, they probably went through a few other categories, sultan. Shake.
Yeah.
Yeah. That none of these.
Tsar.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. That none of these shady foreign emperor types
Yes.
are actually allowed to personally enrich public officials.
Yes.
It's difficult to interpret this in any other way.
If I could just jump in just for a split second.
Yeah, no, feel free to jump in for more than that.
That's right, yeah. Now you've explained your emoluments clause. Then he
Yes.
also explained that Trump, in his first term, made a token effort to have some kind of ethics agreement that he was going to stick to.
Yes.
Right? Which was, at the time, he said he was going to not, the Trump organization wouldn't strike any new deals abroad while he was president.
Yes.
In his second term, he's just going, why would I bother?
Yeah.
Like, why would I bother?
Yeah.
So that's gone. But he did announce, well, not much fanfare, maybe one of those little plastic trumpets from the New Year's parties. There's a kind of fanfare. He announced an ethics agreement this year that the Trump organization would not be striking deals directly with foreign governments.
Right.
So as Dave just explained, his ethics statement was that he would follow the basic statement, the basic amendments in the Constitution.
Yes.
That was it. That was as far as he's prepared to go, to follow the Constitution and not one jot more.
No.
So he's got the Constitution and he's got his own ethics agreement that he's not going to strike a deal with a foreign government.
Yes.
Now go on.
He is absolutely, well, maybe he isn't technically, but his sons are striking a deal with, is that the way you get around it?
World Liberty Financial is, and he
yes.
He personally and his sons have 60% ownership of World Liberty Financial.
Yes.
I don't think he has gotten around it.
No.
But yeah.
As you say, he's not really trying.
No.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, I don't think anyone really cares. So that's where we're at.
Yeah. Because we're not talking about a small amount of money.
No, we're not.
We're not talking about, just withholding a mere $400 million from Ukraine.
No, we're talking about $2 billion investment here.
Yes.
Right? And it's not just with the stablecoin either.
No.
It's they're, because the way it's working is they're actually investing in the crypto exchange Binance.
Yes. Yeah.
Using the stablecoin.
That's right. Yes.
And the critical point here is you go, well, hang on, this stablecoin is new. Why would Abu Dhabi want to spend $2 billion using that new currency, new stablecoin currency, when they could use an established, respected stablecoin?
Yes.
So some of them exist.
Well, yeah, Tether is the cockroach of the crypto world.
Totally.
No matter what happens to it, it survives. Yeah.
Or cash.
Yes.
Some other method. Why would Abu Dhabi choose to use this unproven, untested, completely new stablecoin? I think we know why. And Trump and his family get 60% of the proceeds.
Yes.
So yes.
Yeah. So I don't see any other way to interpret this other than corruption.
No.
And I think it's a waste of time to even suggest any other way of interpreting it. So
I'm not going to try and offer
that
any
is
spin.
completely.
Steve Witkoff's son's involved as well.
Yes, Zach Witkoff.
Yes.
What is remarkable about this is how quaint it makes the blatant corruption of the first administration look. So the Trump-owned hotel in Washington directly pitching itself to foreign embassies saying, host your national days here. Could work out well for you. Like that. Yeah. Now it's just direct contribution in this stable coin that has absolutely no value other than directly bribing the Trump administration.
And did I mention, by the way, that the deal is with, as I said, Binance?
Yes.
Which is an exchange that the US government's been monitoring for 2 years for money laundering.
Yes.
And also, Binance's billionaire founder has coincidentally been pushing for a Trump pardon after he pleaded guilty in 2023 to violating anti-money laundering laws.
Yes.
There's that as well.
That's the guy with the very short name.
I don't remember his name anyway down. In case you're wondering, by the way, the State Democracy Defenders Action estimates that in their latest report that the president's crypto holdings currently represent 40% of his net worth, or about $2.9 billion.
Yes.
So next time he complains about Hunter Biden making $5 million somewhere, or Nancy Pelosi again with her $150 million, whatever it is. Just remember that $2.9 billion.
Yes. And I like with the Pelosi point also, there's no attempt to explain or even speculate about how she got rich. It's just like, she's got too much money. Therefore, you should be looking into her. Yeah.
Just to be clear, I know that she is notorious for theoretically insider trading. She may be. I don't know. I haven't looked into it. I could believe it.
Yeah.
I'm not defending her.
No.
I'm just pointing out $2.9 billion. That's what I'm doing. I'll just make the point I was going to make before.
Yes, yeah.
Which was, but Binance also is a great place to go.
Yeah.
If you want to make money out of a foreigner without knowing who that foreigner is.
Right.
And the reason why that is such an interesting point is because literally, this is what I began to say before.
Yes,
literally, the day all these stories came out, because they all came out on the same day.
Yes.
Literally the day all these stories came out, Trump signed an executive order about Act Blue, which is the Democratic fundraising mechanism.
Yes.
Right? Now, Act Blue, I have to say, has some answering to do. Like, there's got some questions to answer. There are dodgy aspects about Act Blue. But what Trump's executive order was acting like was the concern about Act Blue.
Yes.
Is that there were question marks over whether it was allowing foreigners to potentially donate.
Yes.
Donate anonymously, because you're not supposed to do that. Like that's supposed to be illegal.
Yes.
Donating to political parties. Right. And he was concerned about that. So he had this executive order to get Act Blue.
Yes.
Even though there were way more question marks over Win Red, which is the Republican version. It didn't mention Win Red. So it was super partisan, and they will lose that court case as well.
Yes.
For that reason. But leaving that aside, the same day as he's saying, we've got this huge problem where the Democratic fundraising mechanism may allow foreigners to anonymously donate. He's taking billions of dollars from places where foreigners can easily donate, and you would have no idea. And it's not going to his political party; it's going to his pocket. So let's just remember that.
Yes,
it's just something to bear in mind.
Yes.
So that's all I have to say about this topic.
But yeah, the depressing thing about this is basically there is no remedy at this point.
No,
right? So what are we going to do? Impeach him if Democrats take the House again? There's no point.
Yeah.
I mean, even though this would be incredibly impeachable, there is absolutely no point to no point to doing it. What is it? Are they going to bother trying to prosecute him again once he's out of office? Probably.
Well, he's immune. Remember? So that's not going to be happening.
Yeah, so this is just going to keep going. I do maintain that every time he blatantly violates the Constitution, with every daily degradation of the rule of law that takes place, this could lead to a harder and harder crash of the bond market.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
Because, it's not just the tariffs. Even though that's the thing that bond markets have responded to the most, it is just how much do you trust the United States government with this guy in charge?
Yeah. No, that's but of course, if the bond markets do go haywire, then it's not. I mean, he'll pay for it, but so will a lot of other people.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yes, and the whole country will pay.
And we should talk about this at some point in time, actually, in more detail. But if the bond market just flips out, it's possibly permanent.
Yeah,
like it's not. It's going to take a long time to come back. It's not just a recession.
Yeah.
It's really, really bad, and especially if America starts to lose, if the American currency starts to lose its status.
Exactly.
You got a real problem.
Don't get me wrong. So this on its own will not make the bond market flip out, right? I'm talking about this in addition to everything else that is going on, will just eventually create the correct impression that there is no remedy to Trump.
Yeah.
So that when he has these, just insane ideas that will crash the economy, the bond market will decide no one is going to stop him because no one can. All of the legal things that could stop him have been removed. Nobody seems to have adequate political incentive or political power to stop him. Therefore, we just cannot trust the United States government to pay its debts anymore.
Dave, trade war or courts?
Let's talk trade war.
Let's do that.
A little bit.
Why don't you start?
Okay. There has not been a single trade deal signed yet.
No.
There has been a vague announcement about Britain. Well, not even an announcement. An anonymous source has said something to the Washington Post.
And there was an anonymous source last week. It was going to be India, and then that disappeared.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there are no trade deals happening. I mean, who knows? They might happen. But as we've said, they're not likely to be trade deals on the scale of what we usually think of when we think of a trade deal.
You know, Trump's he's starting to spin in a way saying, we don't even want deals.
Yes.
Like, I've got a quote here. It's very strange logic.
Yeah.
Because everyone says, when are you going to sign deals? We don't have to sign deals. We could sign 25 deals right now, Howard, if we wanted. We don't have to sign deals. They have to sign deals with us. They want a piece of our market. We don't want a piece of their market. We don't care about their market. They want a piece of our market.
I thought the whole point of this
yes.
was that everyone's been so unfair to America with their trade practices.
Yes, yeah.
He was trying to create a fair playing field.
You get the same piece of their market as they get of your market.
We've been ripped off for decades, right? He just said right there he doesn't care about their market at all.
Yeah.
There's just no logic to this guy.
Don't have to sign deals.
He just likes tariffs and he likes feeling like he's in charge. That's it. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, we don't have to sign deals with them. They have to sign deals with us.
Yeah.
This is like, one of my theories about Trump is in 3 years' time, people aren't even going to use the word deals anymore because it's going to be such a punchline.
Quite possibly.
Yeah.
Quite possibly. You know, also, just while I'm running hot here, that part of his logic, I mean, I don't mind pretend his logic, but part of the logic he's running with at the moment, this new spin, is that by not making deals, by not having agreements, he's actually saving money. Have a listen to this.
We were losing hundreds of billions of dollars with China. Now we're essentially not doing business with China. Therefore, we're saving hundreds of billions of dollars. Very simple.
It's very simple, Dave. Right? By not spending your money on items that you need, you're saving hundreds of billions of dollars. If you think about it, it's so simple what they should do. They should never buy anything again from anyone, even from themselves. Then everyone would be incredibly rich.
Yes.
Just imagine.
My God, Chaz, you're an economic genius. Channeling the economic genius of Trump.
Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
He sounds more and more like Master Shake from Aqua Teen Hunger Force every day.
Lockie, you're going to have to insert that. I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
I'll watch on the podcast.
Food service? Are you kidding me? This is third world, and I'm from the first. I'm number one, baby.
Yes. Anyway, there was some talk today that Chinese officials had agreed to meet with US officials to have some kind of talk.
Is this Switzerland we're talking about?
About trade?
Because Percent was saying they were going to meet in Switzerland. Is that what we're talking about?
That might be what we're talking about. Anyway, once again, something incredibly vague. We did get a bit more concrete reporting, though, from the Washington Post about, you know what Lesotho did when it was announced that there were these massive tariffs?
What?
They met with Starlink to arrange an internet access deal. And apparently the Commerce Department, the State Department has been encouraging a lot of countries to talk to Starlink while they are in the process of talking about, at some point in the future, doing trade deals. And not surprisingly, some of the countries that were worst hit by the tariffs, including Lesotho, Vietnam, Bangladesh, have been talking to Starlink about doing deals. So I mean, this is in the trade wars category, but this is also in the blatant corruption category.
Yeah.
Like, we are doing deals for Elon Musk.
I mean, I'm not saying that Starlink isn't a good option for Lesotho. It might be. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm not sure Lesotho is getting broadband anytime soon. But still.
But it wasn't
corruption.
something they were thinking about doing until
Exactly. Still corruption.
Yes, yeah. They were hit with 100% tariffs.
Oh, God. Okay. So do you think that? I mean, there's a lot of talk about it's probably all bullshit about China quietly trying to de-escalate behind the scenes, like how China exempted, I think it was 131 items from retaliatory tariffs, including pharmaceuticals and industrial chemicals, which was worth about 24% of their imports from America. And people are saying, well, the reason they're doing that is because behind the scenes they're trying to save face while getting.
Oh, I'm sure there are a lot of people attempting to do quiet de-escalation, not just China. I think all over the place, and I think the US is trying to do it as well. No, there are all kinds of attempts at quiet de-escalation going on, which don't go to the level of the leader having to make a concession. So yes, no, I'm sure that sort of stuff is going on, but this is not about an actual trade deal.
No, we don't like deals.
No, we don't. Yeah.
They got to deal with us.
Yes. Yeah. These are, and I mean, that might be about as much as easing their own economic pain as anything else. Yeah.
Let me ask you about this strange thing we saw in the last week, which you might have something to say about. This new argument Trump's been making, which seems to me like a terrible argument. A horrible mistake to go down this path. It started off with this grab here.
They made $1 trillion with Biden, $1 trillion, even $1.1 trillion with Biden selling us stuff. Much of it we don't need. Somebody said, the shelves are going to be open. Well, maybe the children will have $2 instead of $30, and maybe the $2 will cost a couple of bucks more than they would normally. But
okay, so that to me sounded like a bad road to travel down.
Yes.
Steve Miller clearly agreed with me because he tried to save Trump by some heroic spinning.
He was making the point that I think almost every American consumer agrees with. If they had a choice between and I'm a parent of young children, you had a choice between a doll from China that might have, say, lead paint in it, that is not as well constructed as a doll made in America that has a higher environmental and regulatory standard and that is made to a higher degree of quality. And those two products are both on Amazon, that yes, you probably would be willing to pay more for a better made American product.
That's a wonderful try, Steve. It really is. But number one, I reckon probably Chinese products are probably safer and better, higher quality than American products these days anyway. That's a pretty ancient stereotype you're dealing with there, Steve. Yeah. Secondly, Trump didn't let you spin, because he just kept on doubling down and tripling down and quadrupling down with exactly what he meant to say.
All I'm saying is that a young lady, a 10-year-old girl, 9-year-old girl, a 15-year-old girl doesn't need $37. She could be very happy with 2 or 3 or 4 or 5.
I like the way the variable he wants to get right is the age of the beautiful girl.
Yes, yeah.
That's the important point for him. She could be 9, she could be 11, could be 8. There's so many ages she could be.
Yeah.
And then he just came out and did it again.
But you said some dolls are going to cost more. Isn't that an acknowledgement that some prices will go up?
I don't think a beautiful baby girl that's 11 years old needs to have 30 dolls. I think they can have 3 dolls or 4 dolls. Because what we were doing with China was just unbelievable. We had a trade deficit of hundreds of billions of dollars with China.
When you say they could have $3 instead of $30, are you saying Americans could see empty store shelves?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying they don't need to have $30. They can have 3. They don't need to have 250 pencils. They can have 5.
I want to hear more about these beautiful baby girls. Anyway, so Dave,
first of all, I just want to know who he is specifically thinking of here. I assume he is specifically thinking of Ivanka Trump.
Probably
not Tiffany Trump. I don't think she had 37 dolls. I think she probably had like a doll's head or something.
The fact that he keeps on saying how beautiful this girl is, she probably is Ivanka. Let's face it.
Yeah, look, I don't.
Is that nuts? What's going on?
Yeah, I don't know how many dolls the average American has.
Yeah.
But I suspect that Trump moves in circles where people's daughters perhaps have more dolls than the average American.
Lockie, can you do me a favour? Can you, in post, put over now a bunch of pictures of Barron with some of his toys when he was a kid, like his giant gold lion that he was riding on, and his little replica car that he was driving around with a license plate Barron, that kind of shit. Because I think Barron had more than 2 dolls.
Yes, because I mean Trump in many ways he's actually in Jimmy Carter territory here.
There we go. They're next to each other.
Yeah, because he's telling Americans, oh, well, you just don't need all of this stuff. You know, you should be consuming less. That's more or less what Jimmy Carter told Americans that they had to do. But Trump is basically talking about the lifestyle, the extremely rarefied lifestyles of the people that he moves in. Like, you don't need to give your daughter $37 for Christmas.
Yeah, isn't this is socialism? That's what this is.
Yes, yeah.
Bernie Sanders, you can't just continue growth for the sake of growth in a world in which we are struggling with climate change and all kinds of environmental problems. You don't necessarily need the choice of 23 underarm spray deodorants or of 18 different pairs of sneakers when children are hungry in this country. That's the same thought.
Yes.
Just Trump doesn't give a stuff about those who are hungry. That's the only difference.
Yes, yeah.
And also they're beautiful.
Yes.
And they're baby girls. It's strange, but he obviously thinks it's a winning argument because he keeps going on about it.
Yes, yeah.
I
I don't think Bernie Sanders really understands the sneaker market.
Probably.
I think there's more than 18 types.
He tried.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so we covered that one. Let me ask you then as well about I'll put something to you I read and see what you think about this.
Yep.
We've talked a lot about like tourism dropping off and all that kind of stuff. The New York Times had a really interesting article, I thought.
Yep.
Where they were crunching some numbers, and they were saying that I might bring up a graph on this one. International arrivals at airports are actually only down 1.5% since last year. Summer flight bookings from Europe only down by 2%. Summer flight bookings from Asia are actually up by 4%. Summer flight bookings from Canada is the difference, down by 21%.
Right.
But overall, we've heard lots of figures about how March there was a big drop-off.
Yeah.
And if you have a look at March on the graph I'm looking at, you can see why there's a big drop-off from March. It's because Easter was in March in 2024.
Oh.
But Easter was in April in 2025.
Right.
And if you look at the curve, for those who can't see us, just take it from me, up to Easter, up to March, the curves are basically identical.
Yes.
But then you have this big bump in March 2024 for Easter. And in April 2025, you have the same bump. In fact, there's probably slightly more. So all that's happened is just that Easter's changed.
Yes.
And we've heard all these figures about how much there was a drop off in March, but it seems like it's bullshit. That actually just hasn't been as big.
Yeah. No, that's a good point.
Which is really interesting, I thought.
Yes.
So I just thought I'd share that.
No, certainly with tourism, Canada is the big one. And that drop is very real. But that's a concerted boycott.
Yeah.
That is, that's going on. And I mean, there are some places that are really hurt by that because there are, specific places that the Canadians go to. But as you say, not destroying the whole tourism industry so far.
The other thing which I found interesting when I was looking at trade war stuff was tariff revenue figures are coming in.
Yep.
They took $17.4 billion from tariffs in April. In March, they took in $9.6 billion. So far this year, they're heading towards about $70 billion in tariff revenue.
Yep.
So far this year, I'm saying.
Yeah.
In 2024, it was $77 billion for the whole year. So what they're sort of cruising towards is probably about $210 billion for the entire year of 2025.
Right. Yep.
Depending on what happens, obviously. Now, that's not nothing. $210 billion is money.
Yes.
But
remember what they were promising?
I was going to say, it's so much short of the $4.5 trillion you would need to replace your income taxes.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. So it's and to be honest, $210 billion in the context of revenues is still an asterisk, to be honest.
It really is, yes.
Yeah. So not the rivers of gold that Trump was promising.
But they are actually collecting them now. I mean, one of the things that came out was it took a long time for them even to start collecting because it was so chaotically announced. They didn't have systems in place to collect them. And one of the things I've been thinking about, coming back to the corruption scheme, when you have tariffs this huge, you're basically inviting bribery. It's going to be way cheaper to bribe someone than to pay tariffs this big. If you really need to get stuff into the country or really want to get stuff into the country, you're basically asking for a black market that is based on bribery.
I think you're right.
Given how much work CBP officials are going to have to do, given how ill-equipped they are to do it, that you're creating a massive market for bribery. On an even more serious note, when you make 11 million people eligible for deportation, and possibly more because citizens can be deported as well, you're creating a massive market for extortion. Huge market for extortion.
Especially when the Lake and Riley Act is in effect.
Yes. Yeah.
Where with the Lake and Riley Act, just getting reported for certain crimes gets you detained and deported.
I've got no doubt they're going to hire a lot more ICE officers. It's not like they're going to be hiring people away from the top tiers of law enforcement. They're going to be hiring at least some pretty opportunistic people into ICE who are going to see the opportunities there. Yeah. You're probably actually creating space for the likes of MS-13 to infiltrate ICE so that they can actually get at their enemies through it.
Isn't that nice?
Yes.
Do you have other things to add on trade war?
No.
Okay. We've only got a couple of minutes left, and so there's not enough time for a new topic. But I do want to make a correction.
Okay.
This is an important correction for me.
Yep.
I think everyone else is not going to find this important, but this got me worked up a bit.
Yes.
Sometimes these issues do.
Yep.
From last week.
Yep.
Not just me got this wrong. Pretty much 3/4 of financial journalists got it wrong.
Okay.
And I should have known better because I learned this in year 12 in 3-year economics. But I kind of forgot. And many, many, many people stuffed it up as well.
Okay.
Noah Smith, your buddy Noah Smith, wrote an angry piece chastising people for getting it wrong.
Okay.
He shamed me. And so I wanted to bring to you guys.
Right.
A lot of people, including me, said the reason the GDP shrunk last quarter, at least one major reason, was because of all the imports.
Right, yes.
And yes, indeed, there is a connection there, but it is not a direct connection. Noah Smith made this point. He said the formula for GDP, and I'll get Lockie to bring it up so you can see this while I'm doing it. The formula for GDP is consumption plus investment plus government purchases plus net exports. So say you import a $1,000 item. There are one of two things that can happen to that item usually.
Yep.
Either that $1,000 product is bought, in which case net exports are going to go down by $1,000 because there's $1,000 extra imports, right?
Yep.
And consumption will go up by $1,000 because the product was bought.
Yes.
So therefore, those $2,000 they balance each other out.
Right.
Net impact is zero.
Okay.
The other alternative, which is the one that was more likely to have happened in the last month,
okay,
or the last quarter,
yep,
is a shop is stashing lots of imports because they're expecting tariffs to rise.
Right.
So,
yes. Yeah.
Right. In which case, net exports go down by $1,000 because there is $1,000 of extra imports. Inventory investment goes up by $1,000 because they are storing $1,000 of extra products for a future sale.
Yes.
So once again, they balance each other out. The net impact is zero.
Right.
Either way, the net impact on GDP is zero. And that makes sense if you understand what GDP is. It's meant to be the sum of everything produced inside the country.
Yes.
So imports shouldn't change that. So that makes sense. Now, I said that there was an indirect effect because if companies did less or produced less so they could focus on importing as much as possible before the tariffs kick in, then that would potentially reduce their output because they were focusing all their resources on import. And that would have an effect on GDP.
Yeah.
So imports still do affect GDP indirectly if there's a lot of them.
Yep.
And that probably was the reason it went into negative in the last quarter. But it's not the same as going, well, you got that many imports? Well, that's going to just take a whole slab off GDP. Why am I telling you this? Not only, this might seem incredibly insignificant to most of you if you're following it, but the reason this is important is because it means that in the last quarter, that terrible GDP result, it has no excuse.
That's right.
It's not just because of the imports.
Yes.
It's a bad result, full stop. And next quarter, GDP may be a stronger result because there may be less mass import buying, etc., and people might be focusing on production and yes, it may be stronger, but it's not the one-to-one correlation that you would have thought if you followed the financial press last week and if you listened to me.
Yes.
So I'm making that correction and hopefully you guys are on board on that one.
Consider yourself scolded by Noah Smith.
We got to talk to him at some point in time. I do really like him. Anyway.
Yes.
Okay. I am going to fold over the legal stuff to after you go, Dave.
Okay.
With Lockie and Chaz Unleashed with Lockie.
Yep.
And I might throw in one or two other little things. I'm not sure I'm going to do much correspondence this week. I might have a couple, but I've had a couple of big correspondences in the last few Lockie sessions. We've done like an hour at a time, so I'll give you guys a bit of a break from them, especially with the 2 podcast week. So we'll try and keep it to 3.5 hours in total. With just content. Anything you want to add before we get out of here, Dave?
Congratulations to Anthony Green for for his career.
Well
He's
done, Anthony.
Been a big part of our lives for a long time.
He's
those of you who are not Australian, he is our singular electoral coverage man.
He's been an awful big part of my life personally, because what you guys might not know is that he is a big American politics fan.
Oh, yes, he is.
And he knows exactly where my desk is. So he's been a very big part of my life for the last probably decade.
Yeah.
But,
I've had some fantastic conversations with him over the years. One of the people who really deserves all of the accolades he gets.
He is amazing.
And more. So he's gone out on a huge high. Congratulations.
Nice one. Till next week for you, Dr. Dave, and till for the rest of you guys after the white flash, stay peppy.
Stay peppy.
Welcome to the other side of the white flash. Here's Lockie.
Hello.
Here's me. And here's the sting. Very Beavis and Butthead end there. Very good. Especially good for a reference that's about 10 years older than you.
I thought you were referencing the SNL sketch. That's all I know from.
Swish. Let's start with a few updates. Honestly, I can't believe, Lockie, how fast the news is moving. I had 0 updates 24 hours ago. Now I've got about 10.
Yeah.
I reckon the first bit of the podcast is already obsolete. We haven't even pumped this out.
I still had an hour or so of the edit to do before you were like, we can't even post this. It's too old.
I was literally going to start off with an Ed Martin update because where we were at when we left the last pod was too old on Ed Martin. But then the update got superseded before I'd even recorded the update. It's we already need to spend 20 minutes talking about Ed Martin's replacement. Eagle Ed Martin is long gone, and we need to talk about his replacement now. Who, spoiler. I mean, you guys all know the story because this is now tomorrow that you're listening to this. Is Judge Janine Pirro is his replacement. I'm not going to talk about her now because she's worth 20 minutes with Dr. Dave.
And because if you talk about her in another episode, there's one more time you can use the sting.
that's true as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will talk about, I promise you we'll talk about Judge Janine Pirro in the next pod. But let's whip out the sting for one of the last times ever.
The Eagle's Nest.
No.
It's a terrible thing. It's a terrible thing for a father to outlive his sting. I hope you never experience this out there, folks. It's terrible. But this one is on its way. It's on its way to the heavens. It's nigh, because I'll give you the Ed Martin update up to Judge Janine Pirro, which we'll save for next time. 3 days ago, I told you that Tom Tillis sounded like a no for Ed Martin's confirmation, but that Trump was working on him, I said. Let me explain, which I never really did, why Tillis is so important. Because, yeah, in the world, he's not generally very important, so why is he so important here? It's because Tom Tillis is on the Judiciary Committee, which has 12 Republicans and 10 Democrats. So even before Ed Martin's nomination to be U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C., could get to the Senate floor to be voted on, it had to get voted out of the committee, the Judiciary Committee, that is. And if Tillis was a no, then that would have been 11 Republicans to 11 Democrats. So Ed Martin wouldn't have gotten a yes vote from the committee. He couldn't have got to the floor without some extraordinary motion, which wasn't going to happen for Ed Martin. So that's why Tillis was critical. Tillis saying, no, I'm not going to allow him to get out of the committee. Any one Republican can stop anyone getting out of the committee, right? That's why he was critical. And Tillis's reason was, well, I guess it was a reason.
I met with Mr. Martin. He seems like a good man. Most of my concerns related to January 6th, and he built a compelling case on some of the 15-12 prosecutions that were probably heat of the moment bad decisions, but where we probably have a difference is I think anybody that breached the perimeter should have been in prison for some period of time. Whether it's 30 days or 3 years is debatable, but I have no tolerance for anybody who entered the building on January the 6th, and that's probably where most of the friction was. If Mr. Martin were being put forth as a U.S. attorney for any district except the district where January 6th happened, the protest happened, I'd probably support him, but not in this district.
Okay, so Tillis's position was they couldn't possibly vote for a U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C., who believed that some of the people who entered Congress on January 6th shouldn't be jailed. That's his position. I reckon that's about Martin's 50th most serious problem with his nomination. But sure, whatever. Whatever it takes, Tom. You come up with whatever excuse you like. Then the MAGA types started working on Tom Tillis, as I flagged before.
Yes.
Like, for instance, this from activist, talkback host Charlie Kirk saying, if Tom Tillis won't vote Ed Martin out of the committee, then he needs to be removed from the committee and replaced with someone that will vote to confirm. It's not that tough, John Thune. He tagged John Thune, the leader of the Senate. Man up and do what needs to be done. Now, it didn't work. Didn't work when Trump rang up and harassed him either. So Trump gave up and nominated someone else, Judge Janine Pirro, who we'll be talking about another time. But what I wanted to alert you guys to is the surprise that conservatives would have felt when they couldn't pressure Tom Tillis into folding.
Right.
Because we've done this dance before. It's a dirty dance. It's like the Lambada. You won't know what I'm talking about. It's a forbidden dance. But we've done it before. We did it with Pete Hegseth. And Tom Tillis was saying that he was a no to Pete Hegseth as well. In fact, Tom Tillis was such a no to Pete Hegseth that he did a deal to try to sink Pete Hegseth's confirmation as Defense Secretary. Remember, back just before his hearing, Pete Hegseth, there was a story where his former sister-in-law, Danielle Hegseth, was telling about how he drinks a lot, how he abused his ex-wife, and all this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
And that didn't really get much play. I mean, it was there, but people were going, oh, she's biased, she hates him, whatever, and they just dismissed it and we all moved on. It didn't really make much of an impact on the actual hearing. It turns out she wasn't going to come forward because she thought it's going to make no difference. Why ruin my life? Why get harassed by people online? Why get doxxed? Why go through all the trouble when it's going to make no difference whatsoever? But turns out Tom Tillis got to her and made a deal with her. If she came forward, he said, yeah, I'm going to make sure that he isn't confirmed. This can help us get over the bump to get Hegseth not confirmed. So if you want to help your country and stop him getting in a position of power, you need to come forward and tell the truth about Pete Hegseth.
Right. Wow.
That's what he told her. And so she did. She kept up her end of the bargain.
Oh, and
as it turned out,
unfortunately, it didn't work out for Tom.
It didn't work out. Didn't work out for Tom. Unfortunately, Hegseth still got a 50-50 vote despite and then Vance could do tie break, so it became 51-50.
Yeah.
But yeah, he still, despite Tom's best efforts, Hegseth got a 50-50 vote. You know? Oh, sorry, did I say despite Tom's best efforts? I meant Tom voted for Pete Hegseth.
Wait, what?
And is the reason why Hegseth got up because it was 50-50 and it would have been 49-51 if Tom Tillis had just kept his promise to Danielle Hegseth.
Sorry, why did he go back on it?
That's a great question. Why did he go back on it when the whole time he was saying no?
What if he made her go through all those hoops?
And then he made her go through hoops. She did get doxxed. She did have to leave her house for a while.
Jeez.
Just like she thought would happen.
Yeah.
She did get harassed, just like she feared. And then Tom Tillis just hung her out to dry. Why?
Far out.
At the time, there were rumors of Tom Tillis worrying about his family, worrying about violence against him and his family from psychotic MAGAs, right? We've talked a lot about this.
Yes.
And there were stories about that with Tom Tillis, which may be true. Maybe. I'm not saying they're not. But yeah, those people are after him because he'd already said he was going to say no. He already said he was public about saying he was going to say no. He literally just had to deliver on what he had the power to sink Hegseth. He chose not to.
And it's not like him then voting yes for Hegseth is going to get these guys off his back.
Of course, because they don't like him anyway.
Yeah. Once you're a turncoat, you're a turncoat.
Totally. And he's definitely considered a turncoat. I would put to you that there is a large difference, though, between then and now, which would point to why Hegseth, why he folded then, but is staying firm now. And that is that back then Trump had a 53% approval and now Trump has a 43% approval. I would say that is the only difference between then and now. And it's a big difference. That is the difference between Eagle Ed Martin Jr. being the U.S. Attorney for Washington and Eagle Ed Martin Jr. being unemployed and being spat on by randos in the street.
So we need to get really focused.
Who the fuck are you? You are Ed Martin.
How you doing? Whoa.
So for those who are listening and not seeing, yes, that woman said, who the fuck are you? You are Ed Martin, then spat on him and then turned around and walked away and said, you're disgusting.
Move over, huck to a girl. I've got a new spit queen. The internet has a new spit queen.
And the spit is just as sexual. Quite a fall from grace, though, for Eagle Ed Martin Jr. He would have definitely had her arrested if that had happened 3 hours earlier.
Yeah.
So quite a fall from grace.
Wow.
But the reason that happened was because Tillis' number one concern is being re-elected in 2026. That's the reason that happened. And so now Trump's got 43% approval, and so it's a very different equation. It's going to be tough for Tom Tillis to get re-elected. To be clear, not only is he probably facing a MAGA primary challenge, but his Democratic opponent is looking like it's going to be ex-Governor Roy Cooper, who's probably the most popular guy in North Carolina. So that is going to be a really tough race. He's going to have to lean hard Republican to go to the primary and have to lean
and then lean all the way
centrist,
back.
Exactly. to get, it's going to be tough for him. He's got a tightrope thin path to victory there.
Well, he's already established that he's clearly able to tell one person he'll do something and then do the opposite very quickly. Right. So maybe that's what he was practicing for.
He does have a supple spine, there is no doubt. My point is, though, that this is why polling matters. I've described this to you before.
You have.
Every single point that Trump loses, more politicians are going to become like Tillis. Like Tillis is like that at 43%. Someone who's not quite so over the coals is going to be like that at 42 or 41%. Some hardcore Republicans will start being like that when Trump's at 38% or 37%.
Yeah.
It's amazing the difference it makes when there's a 4 in front of your approval rating to when there's a 3 in front of your approval rating. And so every point Trump loses, it's going to build more momentum for Republicans to make more tough calls. And those in turn will build more momentum, chipping away. MAGA has changed a lot, but it hasn't changed that. Polling matters.
This was MAGA 100 days ago. They're different now.
Yeah, sure.
They've changed. We can take them back.
But Tom Tillis, is Exhibit A of what I'm talking about and the difference polling makes. Ask Danielle Hegseth. Another update about Veterans Day, which we only just talked about an hour ago on this podcast.
We only talked about on Veterans Day.
Yes. No, that was May 8th. Veterans Day is in November.
Oh, okay. Whoops.
Yeah, but it's good try though. I talked about Trump renaming Veterans Day earlier in the pod and why it was ill-advised. Someone obviously pointed out to Trump and his brain fart has now been, deodorized. Because Caroline Levitt has cleaned it up with, we are not renaming Veterans Day. It will just be an additional proclamation that goes out on the day. So they'll celebrate Veterans Day, but there'll be some proclamation that people will ignore saying this is also Victory for World War II Day, just so you know. For World War I Day, sorry, yeah.
Isn't that even more embarrassing to have the backtrack, but then remind people however many months down the line that we did make this backtrack?
It is embarrassing, but no one will pay any attention to
That's
it.
true, sure.
So it's a smart move
Except
from them.
For you.
Oh, yeah. I'll have the magnifying glass out. Don't you worry about that. But now it's a good move from them because that was a really, really dumb idea. So the Victory for World War II Day, which was May 8th, that's kind of stupid, but it's not damaging. The Victory for World War I Day, replacing Veterans Day with that was damaging.
Yeah.
So it was a good idea to walk that back. Parade update. We also have more information about Trump's military parade, which we talked about an hour ago on the podcast. We got confirmation from Fox News' Jennifer Griffin that the parade will include at least 10 tanks and 10 howitzers. So Dr. Dave is going to be so pleased.
And the road will not be.
The road workers, they are going to be very unhappy. Defence planners expect it to cost between $25 million and $45 million. That's a fair chunk of change. To my prediction about an hour ago that it could attract protests depending on how the tariffs go. There is already a counter protest being planned. It's called No King's Day. And I'm tipping, your hot tip is that if tariffs do take a bite out of the economy like I'm expecting them to, that No King's Day protest is going to be large. Whoa. But we will see.
Peanuts, Chaz, peanuts.
I'm sure there'll be a big banner saying peanuts. Voice of America update. A few weeks back we talked about this. Trump wrote an executive order defunding the Voice of America amongst other programs in an executive order. For those who don't remember, Voice of America is an American radio broadcast that goes out to international locations where America would like to project and influence with soft power. Or propaganda is another word for that. At the time, I suggested that, as per usual, Trump completely botched the process with his executive order, and the courts were going to force the defunding to be reversed. And I was correct about that. That is what happened. He lost the court case immediately. So for now, Voice of America has been saved. But now Trump appointed Kari Lake, if you recall, she was one of his favourites in Arizona a few years back. He appointed her to be the leader of Voice of America because she has experience as a newscaster. And she decided she wanted to turn Voice of America into a right-wing propaganda network. Well, it is a propaganda network already. Why not? So she's done a deal with the One America News Network, who could be sued for calling themselves a news network with a very different FCC chief. She did a deal to get free content from them. So commercially, that's a great deal for taxpayers. Journalistically, not such a great deal for taxpayers, but commercially, a great deal for taxpayers. There's been a lot of Democrats saying it would have been better off if they'd just been taken off air if they're going to do that. I've heard a lot of those kind of comments. I'm sorry, guys. That's how democracy works. Trump is totally within his rights to turn Voice of America into a joke if he wants to. You could have done the same if you wanted to, and the next president can do the same as well. That's how it works. And by the way, it's an incredibly predictable outcome that when you appointed Kari Lake to be the chief of Voice of America, it was going to become a hack network. Like, of course that was going to happen.
Sure.
I just think we need to distinguish between Trump doing things that Democrats don't like and Trump committing constitutional and administrative vandalism. Because there's an awful lot of the latter over the last few months. This is an example of the former. I'm okay with that. I don't have to agree with it. I don't have to like it. But I can acknowledge that he's performing his constitutional role. And in this case, it sucks a bit. But, hey, democracy sucks sometimes. Spoiler. Anyway.
So hopeful.
Yeah. I say
not
play,
hopeful, but
that's fine. Play on. If you don't like it, win the next election. That's how it works. North Carolina update. The last few weeks, I've been telling you about the North Carolina Supreme Court election dragging on for another 6 months in the courts. Now, I took you through some very legally dubious challenges from the Republican Jefferson Griffin. They were dubious in my view. I'm not going to go through them again. If you're interested, go back to previous eps. Last pod, I told you that the Federal District Court ruled against Griffin completely. Basically handed the election to the Democrat. But he could appeal that decision. That's a district court. There's still the appeals court. There's still the Supreme Court. And I was expecting him to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Why not? He's gone this far. Why not just keep on going? He didn't.
Oh.
He just accepted it. And he conceded the election.
Whoa.
Griffin said, while I do not fully agree with the district court's analysis, I respect the court's holding, just as I've respected every judicial tribunal that has heard this case. I will not appeal the court's decision. So good on him. I can live with that.
Good on him for getting bored
look, I mean,
of losing.
I know there are going to be listeners who are going to go, oh, here goes Chaz again, giving someone credit who doesn't deserve any credit at all. But he had challenges left and he didn't take them. And even though I thought his legal challenges were incredibly lame and unconvincing, highly dubious, you've got the right to undertake dubious, unconvincing legal challenges if you want. Everyone has that right. That's your birthright in America. You can piss a lot of money against a wall undertaking dubious legal challenges.
And you have the right to lose if they're bad.
Totally. Everything he did, as far as I'm concerned, was completely legit. I have no problems with people taking speculative lawsuits, trying to overturn elections with speculative lawsuits. I don't care. That is your right if you're running an election. If you want to be mad at someone, and I'm a little mad at them, if you want to be mad at someone, be mad at the state courts that accepted his super lame arguments. Because he should have been knocked down at the first hurdle and then at the second hurdle. And by the third hurdle, he should have got that. Are you kidding me? But it didn't work that way. He was getting people nodding and going, yeah, good argument. Nice one. That was the problem. The judges were the problem, not him. The system is supposed to accommodate spurious lawsuits. The judges are supposed to slap them down. They didn't. Until the district court, who, by the way, was a Trump judge, Judge Myers in the district court. Well done, Judge Myers, for putting us all out of our misery with an excellent ruling. This story is now over. Any comments so far?
No, good, fun.
Okay. I got a Trump Dolls update as well. I know I just talked about this as well.
We didn't even get an hour past it.
Yeah. I know. Look, this is a little bit different than the other ones. This is not an update that something has happened. I just got a bit down on myself.
Oh, yeah,
after
yeah,
we recorded.
yeah.
I walked away and said, muff that. Because you guys can probably sense when I start talking quickly. When there's about 20 minutes left, or half an hour left, or 40 minutes left in the pod, and I'm watching the clock. I'm thinking about that Dave's going to go, because he's going to go on the strike of midnight. He's going to turn into a pumpkin, and so I'm starting to just try and jam shit through as fast as I can.
Why did my pumpkin spend 50 minutes talking about the Australian election?
Don't know what you're talking about, Lockie.
No, you don't, because I cut some of that out. Sorry, Peppers.
You cut the bits where I was looking most impatient, probably. But I was playing up the impatience because I was trying to entertain the Peppers. But I hope that wasn't providing you with too many guides for cuts, because I was just doing gear. But anyway.
There's a fair bit of gear still in there.
Yeah, good, excellent. But look, I was rushing it. I muffed that up. So I want to revisit the argument that Trump was making about beautiful baby girls who are 4 or 5 or 11 years old and they don't need $30. They can have 2 or 3 or 4 or whatever. Let's do this properly. First of all, I want to revisit Bernie Sanders saying a similar thing about we don't need 28 different kinds of deodorants. I should point out, because I just skipped past this the first time around, even though Sanders and Trump were making the same argument superficially about not needing $30 or 30 kinds of deodorants, they're actually making it for very different reasons. And to be fair, we should spell that out. I'm being fair to Bernie Sanders here. Sanders was saying that America should prioritize cheap and plentiful products so everyone can get easy access to them rather than meaningless choices that are more expensive. He was arguing against corporate power there. That's what he was doing. Whereas Trump was saying, well, almost the opposite. He was saying it's okay for people to have to pay a bit more because they don't need so much stuff. So Bernie Sanders was arguing you should get more stuff. Trump was arguing you should get less stuff. At a fundamental level, they're arguing the opposite thing, even though on the surface they're arguing the same thing, if you know what I mean. So I just want to be fair there and just make that point. Secondly, Trump is much far worse than what Sanders was doing. Trump was completely breaking his promise, blatantly breaking his promises from the election campaign in the most obvious way. I mean, Trump must have said this 1 million times last year.
Starting on day one, we will end inflation and make America affordable again.
That wasn't some peripheral throwaway. That was, if anything, the central premise of his campaign. He said it in literally every stop. If I wanted to make Lockie's life a misery, I would have got Lockie to put together 50 of them because he did it everywhere.
Well, it's funny you say that. The clip that you linked was not the one that I ended up using.
Oh, there you go. There you go. What was wrong with the clip? Didn't matter.
Oh, it was just too big to download.
Okay, fair enough. So there you go. That's my point. You've made my point beautifully. That Trump breaking that promise is like Obama winning the presidency, and then as soon as he wins, he goes, "Okay, guys, abandon all hope for the future. You don't need that. Fuck hope."
Actually, the children can have just 2 or 3 hopes for Christmas.
Yeah. Having hope for a couple of seconds at a time is enough, and there will be no change. Do not worry about that. Yeah. Look, the most important point, though, I want to make is why this is such an incredibly bullshit argument from Trump. If you're raising the price of dolls just a little, the problem isn't that beautiful little girls won't get 30 dolls, that they can only have 28 dolls, or they can only have 3 or 4 dolls and maybe they'll cost a... That's not the problem. No one is going out there trying to buy 30 dolls except for maybe you, Donald Trump. Most people are not trying to buy 30 dolls. That's not the issue. The issue is that if you're charging 50 cents more for one doll and $1 more for one calculator and 50 cents more for one shirt and $1 more for one bottle of medicine, and it goes on, pretty soon you got less money to buy anything. It's reducing your overall real income bit by bit. So then you don't have money left over for things you need. Not your 30th doll, but food or electricity. the poorest 20% of American households spend over 70% of their income on food, clothes, shelter, transport, utilities, the necessities, the things you need. 70% of their income. If you're younger, you spend a higher proportion of your income. We're looking at 75%, maybe 80% of your income on the necessities if you're not very wealthy. Obviously, more wealthy people spend a smaller proportion of their income. And so let's say you're spending 78% of your income on necessities instead of 72% of your income because of these incremental increase in prices of various products. Then that leaves a whole lot less of your money to buy anything. And so it reduces your overall standard of living. That is the issue. And by the way, if you're buying less, then that hurts the economy as well. So it hurts everyone. And by the way, the tariffs haven't even really begun yet to filter all the way through because at the moment, these companies are still working through their inventories. And their inventories they haven't raised prices for because they bought them at a lower price months ago. So they're still working through inventories. The prices really haven't gone up much yet. They're going to. And like this will filter through. The prices will go up. But even though the prices haven't really started going up yet, look at this graph. That dotted line, the dotted curved line, like the graph line, the main graph line, is showing you the price, the price index of imported goods. You can see from March, which is the first vertical dotted line, to now, it's gone up, 0.025 on the price index? That's 2.5%. That's an inflation rate of 2.5% in 2 months.
Jeez.
Which is an annual rate of 15% for imported goods. Not all imported goods have high tariffs on them either. Some have low tariffs. That's an average. So some of them will have gone up quite a lot already before the prices have filtered through properly.
Wow.
Okay, so keep your eye on that graph there if you're interested in how many dolls people are going to be able to afford to buy in a few months' time. But that was a particularly bullshit argument from Trump. So I just want to talk you through that properly, which I think I just did. Okay, so now, extra content. Let's go to the courts. There have been some really interesting court cases. I've talked about both of these court cases the first two court cases on Planet America, but obviously I'm going to go into more depth now because this is PEP. First one is about Perkins Coie, which we spoke about these law firm executive orders. There are a bunch of them. A bunch of the firms challenged these orders in court. We were pretty confident that Trump was going to lose these cases because the executive orders were shocking. It was just a question of how long it would take to lose them. Well, it's been this long. He's just had his first loss. This is his first big loss in district court with the Perkins Coie executive order. Let's set the scene for you here. This was at the hands of Judge Beryl Howell of the Federal District Court for the District of Columbia. She's an Obama appointee. We should be clear about that. She issued a final ruling against the Perkins Coie executive order this week. This was the first of 4 legal challenges to various executive orders against law firms. You might recall that Perkins Coie were the firm that hired Fusion GPS for the Clinton campaign. Fusion GPS, if you don't remember, were the ones who commissioned the Steele dossier, the Russiagate dossier. 2 of the administration's legal enemies, Mark Elias and Michael Sussman, also worked for the firm at the time back in 2015 and 2016. Although those guys are long gone now. Everyone associated with the Fusion GPS stuff are long gone from Perkins Coie. But Trump wanted to punish the firm for it anyway. And this executive order not only cancelled all their security clearances and government contracts, but it also initiated a speculative investigation against them for supposed discrimination. It limited their access to federal buildings, even to represent their clients in a mediation or in court, which would obviously make them useless as a law firm if they can't do that. And it required all of their clients to disclose their relationship with Perkins Coie before getting a government contract. Obviously, they wouldn't get a government contract then. So once again, it basically gave their clients every reason to drop them because they could not represent their clients and their clients being clients would see them punished by the government. So all their big clients have juicy government contracts, by the way, all of them. So that was a recipe for their clients to leave them.
Just gone.
And for Perkins Coie to go bankrupt, which was obviously the point. Now, the actual ruling from the judge, she found the executive order was unconstitutional and she directed the government to permanently not enforce its terms, all of its terms.
Whoa.
She said the order denied Perkins Coie the freedom to think and speak as they wish because it penalised their advocacy on behalf of Trump's political opponents. When they speak on behalf of Trump's political opponents, they're punished. So it's penalising their speech, right? So that violates their First Amendment rights. When the government does that, that's a violation of the First Amendment. She also said that the obvious animus and discrimination against the firm violates their constitutional right to equal protection under the law, which breaches the 14th Amendment. It also denied the firm their Fifth Amendment guarantee of due process under the law because there was no due process at all. The executive order just accused Perkins Coie of misconduct and then simultaneously convicted them and punished them for that said misconduct with zero process. It also denied them a fair trial before being punished, which is a violation of the Sixth Amendment. We're just going straight up and down the Bill of Rights and just ticking them all off one by one. Not to mention, it also violated their clients' rights to being fairly represented by lawyers, so it violated their Sixth Amendment rights as well. I agree with all of that. The bad faith as well, the judge said, was obvious.
Cool.
Yeah. The supposed security justifications for this order, because apparently this is all for national security reasons, this executive order.
In the same way that Hollywood movies is for national security
reasons. Yes, it's the same way, exactly the same way. And you could see that this was in bad faith, and that was just a pretext. In the case of Paul Weiss, this is what the judge said. Because when the Paul Weiss settled with the administration's supposed security concerns immediately evaporated. As soon as Paul Weiss wanted to cut a deal, no more security concerns. And she said, well, look at that. Look at them cutting those deals. That proves that this is all bullshit.
Yeah.
I love that she was looking at what was happening outside the courtroom.
Yeah.
That she didn't live in a little petri dish. She lived in the real world. I like that.
Fun.
Paul Clement, one of the conservative super lawyers being hired by these firms, said, the signal this sends to the whole bar is, watch out, we're watching. If you're litigating against the government or you're not litigating against the government, your behaviour can be punished. And there's just no way to practice law under those circumstances. Here. Howe also added that it was exceedingly strange that the security clearance suspensions in the order didn't even mention national security as a reason. When they were talking about security clearances, they didn't mention national security. That's supposed to be the administration's main consideration when it comes to security clearances, of course. She also highlighted this actual exchange between Trump and Stephen Miller when Trump signed the Sussman Godfrey executive order, another law firm executive order, a few weeks later. And she pointed out this exchange and said, it doesn't sound like someone concerned with security. It sounds more like someone exploiting their positions of power.
And we've signed with many law firms, the ones that we thought were inappropriate, and they've all agreed to pay $1 million. They went for some pretty big numbers. I guess we have a total. What do we have? What's the total about? What's the total right now, Steve? About, would you say?
Getting close to probably 600-700 million now, I would think. We've multiple at 100 million, some at 125 million. So the numbers are adding up. We're going to be close to $1 billion soon.
One at $40 million, millions of dollars an hour.
Those two don't seem worried about national security at this moment while they're counting their money. Really glad she kept track of that. What about the racism angle, though? If you've read the executive order, you'd know there's a whole section about racism. There's this Equal Employment Opportunity Commission investigation that Trump ordered into the firm's supposed discrimination against race. He said that they racially discriminated against their own attorneys and staff and against applicants. He's talking about diversity here. That's what he's talking about.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Yeah. Well, he's saying any bid to worry about diversity is being racist against white people.
I was like, wow, I didn't know he was a diversity king.
No,
he's not. That's the whole point.
He's definitely not a diversity king. The judge noted that when pressed for details, the Justice Department couldn't cite any actual instance of racial discrimination. They couldn't cite one. They just pointed to these diversity statements. And that's it. And by the way, the diversity statements weren't saying we're not hiring white people. They weren't saying anything like that at all. And by the way, the administration does this all the time. They conflate praise of diversity with racism. So I'm glad she pulled them up on that as well. To be fair, they did cite some diversity programs, but none of them were actually discriminatory, like I said. And even the administration admitted when the judge pressed them that they're not actually discriminatory. So they had to concede that. The judge also noted that the president can't direct the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission to investigate anybody. They're an independent body. He just ignores what's an independent body and what's not. So I'm glad she pointed that out. Said, you don't have the power to order them to do jack shit. They are an independent body. So there's that as well. And the administration also admitted they can't do that. So that's nice. The administration tried to argue. By the way, if you're wondering why they're being so honest, this is all under oath. So they can't commit perjury. And if they say something that is, if as lawyers they say something that is blatantly and patently untrue, she can take their license to practice law off them.
Whoa.
So they have to. This is what I like about courts. By penalty of law, you need to tell the truth, which is great. My favourite bit about this section was that the administration tried to argue that their request for an investigation had nothing to do with Perkins Coie, because in the request for the investigation, they didn't mention the name Perkins Coie. They said just generally an investigation into some law firms, whichever law firms, whichever ones. They're random law firms. But the judge noted that Section 4 of the executive order directs the Attorney General and the chair of the EEOC to review whether Perkins Coie and like employers are violating the civil rights laws. So this whole case was a smashing, essentially. They just lost, which is why she didn't retain any of the executive order at all.
Wow.
And by the way, if this seems fast to you, because I think this has only been like a little over a month. Lawsuits normally take a lot more than that. It's because Judge Howell skipped the trial. Everything I'm just describing here was just in opening arguments before the actual trial began.
Whoa.
Judge Howell just said, I'm going straight to a final ruling. This is just too obvious. So actually they didn't even have a trial. Like they just both presented their basic case, and the judge said, "Yeah, I've seen enough. No contest. You're gone. You've lost."
To quote Dave from the start of this episode, sounds like a good old-fashioned shellacking.
It really was. And now look, this is going to be appealed. Of course, it's going to be appealed. But Trump's losing all these cases. I'm telling you, he's losing all of these cases. And if he wants to not be inspired by Griffin and go all the way to the Supreme Court in every single one of them, he's going to lose every single one of them in the Supreme Court. I'm sure of it, but we'll see. Meanwhile, the companies that did do deals, the law firms that did do deals, Trump was trying to. We talked about this last week. That Trump has been trying to cash in his war chest of $1 billion worth of pro bono work from the 9 law firms that settled with him. He signed an executive order about the police this last week. And as part of it, he explicitly instructed the Attorney General to help defend police officers named in civil rights lawsuits. To be clear, the police officers are the ones committing the civil rights offences here.
Somehow I had a hunch.
Yeah. And the defence, quote from the executive order, shall include the use of private sector pro bono assistance for such law enforcement officers. Not can or could, but shall. All right. Now, he didn't specify which private sector pro bono law firms. He just said one of them. One of them shall be used, which was an interesting development, I thought. The question, though, is he taking advantage of them or are they taking advantage of him? Because at the same time, the House Democrats have been investigating these settlements to see if they might be construed as bribes. If they are offering cash to Trump in return for favors from Trump, might that be construed as bribery? So they've been requesting the precise terms of these settlements from the law firms. And something interesting came out of that this week as well. If we take Allen, Overy, Shearman, Sterling as an example, what a law firm name that is. They say their $125 million in pro bono work, quote, does not call for or permit the administration or any other person or entity to determine what clients and matters the firm takes on, whether they be pro bono matters or otherwise. They said they had simply agreed to provide free legal services across 3 specified areas, including assisting veterans, ensuring fairness in the justice system, and combating anti-Semitism. Latham and Watkins wrote that it, quote, it maintains its complete independence as to the clients and matters the firm takes on. Simpson, Thatcher and Bartlett wrote their agreement with the government did not dictate or restrict what pro bono matters we will take on moving forward. And so it goes. Every one of these firms says that they were very careful about the wording of their agreements, so it cannot be construed as bribery. I guess that's not a surprise. They are law firms after all. If they have truly maintained authority over selecting which clients they represent, as they claim, and which matters they take up, as they claim, then they will be legally in the clear. And Trump might find that he has no leg to stand on in compelling them to take up these cases. If that's the case, what does he do then? Does he tear up the settlement? Does he go after them regardless of the settlement? We'll find out. But it's an interesting little area there. That's enough of that. Let's move on to the Alien Enemies Act, which also I mentioned on Planet America, but I'm going to go into more detail again. The American Civil Liberties Union has so far filed at least 8 lawsuits challenging the Alien Enemies Act statute in Texas, New York, Colorado, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Washington, and Georgia. Federal judges in 6 of those cases have issued provisional orders stopping the administration from using the Alien Enemies Act to expel Venezuelans accused of belonging to Trinidad to an El Salvador prison. So 6 of the 8 have put out temporary injunctions. Also, the first final ruling on the Alien Enemies Act in the Southern District of Texas occurred last week. The judge was Judge Fernando Rodriguez Jr., who is also a Trump appointee. The case was JAV versus Trump. Now, to remind you of what I'm talking about here, Alien Enemies Act from 1798, it states that whenever there shall be a declared war or an invasion or predatory incursion shall be perpetrated, attempted, or threatened against America, all subjects of the hostile nation or government could be apprehended, restrained, secured, and removed as alien enemies. The administration made a proclamation almost day one that Trinidad were agents of the Venezuelan government and had launched an invasion or incursion into America. So Trinidad members could be treated as alien enemies and removed immediately. Now, even under the Alien Enemies Act, there's meant to be some due process to determine if the actual individuals concerned are alien enemies. But in this case, the judge wasn't focused on that. The judge was simply focused on whether Trinidad was rightfully declared an invader under the act. Basically, the judge was looking at whether the government can use this act at all in any way, shape or form at a fundamental level before we worry about the niceties of how the government uses it. Just, does this act even apply? Which is one of the questions I was talking about last week or the week before, saying, let's start talking about the real questions here. This was one of them.
You mentioned this day one.
Yeah, I did. And I've reiterated a few times. Well, the day has come when we find an answer to this. Now, first of all, the judge conceded that Trinidad is actually harmful to society. This judge is a Republican judge, okay? So he's going to recognize as much as he can from their arguments, right? He said those factual statements depict conduct by Tren Agro that unambiguously is harmful to society in this country. He also agreed with the government that deciding whether Tren Agro is actually an alien enemy or not is a political question, not appropriate for the courts. He said the political question doctrine prohibits the court from weighing the truth of those factual statements, including whether Maduro directs TDA's actions or the extent of the referenced criminal activity. So do you understand what I'm talking about there? He's saying...
No.
Okay, yeah, that's good. I'm glad I asked you. Yeah,
Thank you.
He is saying that it's none of his business to make a judgment call on behalf of the government.
Okay.
The government makes the judgment call about whether Tren Agua are alien enemies or not. Like whether the judgment call about if they're invaders. If they do satisfy the terms, it's not the court's decision.
I can't do that here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the court's decision, it's the government's decision. But importantly, he said the court can judge the government's definition of what an invasion is and what an incursion is and what related to the government of Venezuela is, etc. And then the court can say, well, what you're saying there is not actually a definition of invasion. So it's kind of splitting a hair here.
Yeah.
But there is a subtle difference. That he's saying at a definitional level, he can offer a ruling, but then the government needs to make their own view based on that definition, which I'll get to what that means, the ramifications a little bit later on. But so he said the court determines whether the factual statements in the proclamation taken as true describe an invasion or predatory incursion for the purposes of the Alien Enemies Act. Based on the plain, ordinary meaning of those terms in the late 1790s, the court concludes that the factual statements do not, is what he said.
Whoa.
He said what the government has described as the state of affairs does not match the definition of an invasion.
Big.
So what is his definition of an invasion then? He looked at the historical legal record at length, and these are the definitions that the judge came up with. An invasion is an organised armed group of individuals entering the United States at the direction of a country, in this case Venezuela, to conquer the country, in this case America, or assume control over a portion of the nation. Does that sound like a good definition to you?
Sounds pretty agreeable.
Yeah, I think that sounds fine to me too. And he defined a predatory incursion as an armed group of individuals entering the United States as an organised unit to attack a city, coastal town, or other defined geographical area with the purpose of plundering or destroying property and lives. I also think that's a reasonable definition of a predatory incursion. He says the Alien Enemies Act proclamation, as in the one that Trump just signed, satisfies neither of those definitions, and I agree. He said, quote, while the proclamation references that TDA members have harmed lives in the United States and engaged in crime, the proclamation does not suggest that they have done so through an organised armed attack or that Venezuela has threatened or attempted such an attack through TDA members, which I also agree with. For these reasons, the court concludes that the President's invocation of the AEA through the proclamation exceeds the scope of the statute and as a result is unlawful. Administration officials do not possess the lawful authority under the AEA and based on the proclamation to detain Venezuelan aliens, transfer them within the United States or remove them from the country. What do you think? Are you happy with that ruling so far?
That's massive.
It is massive, and I think it's very easy to back up. I think it's a very sensible ruling.
Yeah, it is easy to back up.
Which, once again, let's recall, this guy is a Trump appointee. He's not trying to yuck Trump's yum.
Okay, but I bet you $100 that next week this judge is an activist, liberal judge.
Yeah, he probably is.
Sweet.
You're probably right. You're probably right. He probably already is, actually. I should just go to Charlie Kirk's Twitter account. Okay. As a result of this, there are two specific rulings out of these findings. One, He holds that Trump's invocation of the Alien Enemies Act is unlawful, and he imposes a permanent injunction against its use for the 3 migrants who were involved in this lawsuit. 3 migrants were the ones who did the actual suing. So he said, you guys have an injunction. 2, he held that Venezuelan migrants in the Southern District of Texas, which is his district, targeted by Trump's invocation of the act, may file a habeas corpus class action as a challenge to the holding of their body in this prison, to challenge its use against them. Note, he said explicitly, this is no impediment to the Trump administration pursuing removal proceedings or enforcing final removal orders against any of those people. They can remove them. They just can't use the Alien Enemies Act to work around due process. That's all he's saying. You can't use the Alien Enemies Act. What you guys need to do is just use the normal law.
Is keep using due process like you already are.
Yeah. What you guys need to do is just do what you would have done before you mentioned the Alien Enemies Act. Just keep doing that. That's what he was saying.
Okay.
But here comes the loophole that I flagged before.
I feel like there's already a loophole, which is they're not following due process.
Well, I see your point. I missed your sarcasm. Sorry. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That is true. That is true. That is another issue.
Yeah.
That's another court case.
Oh, no. You can follow due process this way and then not. Sorry. But what's the other loophole? The loophole.
Yeah. The big loophole is that he said, once a court defines the parameters of what conduct constitutes an invasion or predatory incursion for the purposes of the AEA, the court leaves to the executive branch the determination of whether such conduct has been perpetrated, attempted, or threatened. So in this case, the Trump administration has not claimed that there is an armed attack on America. They said there was an invasion, but they said the definition of invasion was just some dudes coming over. Right? They didn't say it was an armed attack on America conducted by a foreign nation or government. Now, they have a definition of what an invasion and what an incursion is. If Trump decides to lie and says to Judge Hernandez, that what you said.
I've got one of them.
That's what's happening.
Which one of them? Oh, the second one. Both.
Well, it doesn't really matter. Take your pick, Judge.
Yeah.
We got one of them. So we can deploy him now, right? Judge Rodriguez, not Hernandez. Judge Rodriguez is going to defer to the president. He's going to say, well, it's his role to judge. It's his role to make the determination. I gave them the definition. They use the definition in good faith, and this is what they found.
That is a loophole.
So it's a massive loophole. Giving the president the right to decide whether they have emergency powers is always a mistake, in my view. Especially this president. So anyway, we'll see how that's applied. There are 6 other judges doing the same thing.
Okay,
right?
right. So this was just the first one.
Yeah, so other judges may rule differently. They may not have that loophole. One other judge has already ruled now as well and put the same loophole in.
I was going to say, what's the chances everyone else just follows this?
They may well. Yeah. They may well. But bottom line is going to the Supreme Court anyway. So it's going to...
Sure.
We will find out what the Supreme Court wants. All right. It gets worse for the administration on this topic. It gets a lot worse. Because there was a Freedom of Information Act request against the intelligence community report into Trinidad's relationship with Venezuela. We've been talking about invasion definition, the incursion definition. We've been talking about the other part, the part about the invasion and incursion being by a nation.
From Venezuela.
Yeah, from Venezuela. Now, there was an intelligence community report into that exact question, which was kept classified.
Right.
And so some reporters put a Freedom of Information Act request in to get it. And what that means is that they'll redact the stuff that has to be redacted, otherwise it gets released. This was the one, if you recall, a few weeks back, that we were told that 17 of the 18 agencies saw no control of Trinidad by the Venezuelan government. The FBI disagreed, we were told. And then Tulsi Gabbard said that the leak was completely wrong, and she vowed to track down the leakers and to punish them, to prosecute them. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, Greg.
Okay. Well, that report, the actual report, not a report about the report, not a leak. Not a leak. The actual report in black and white has now been released after the FOIA request.
Okay.
Now, let's go back for a second, back to March. Let's remind ourselves exactly what Trump said. He said, this is a time of war because Biden allowed millions of people, many of them criminals, many of them at the highest level. Other nations emptied their jails into the United States. It's an invasion. These are criminals, many, many criminals, murderers, drug dealers at the highest level, drug lords, people from mental institutions. That's an invasion. He also said Trinidad gang members were committing crimes in the United States at the direction, clandestine or otherwise, of the Maduro regime in Venezuela. That's what he said. And what does the report say? Contradicting Trump's assertion somewhat that the TDA is closely aligned with the Venezuelan government and acts at its direction, the memo notes Venezuelan intelligence, military and police services view TDA as a security threat and operate against it in ways that make it highly unlikely the two sides would cooperate in a strategic or consistent way. So they treat it like a grand gang of criminals because that's what it is. The memo says there's an uneasy mix of cooperation and confrontation rather than the top-down directives that characterize the regime's ties to other armed groups. Those conflicts have included arrests of TDA members by Venezuelan National Guard units and armed confrontations between Venezuelan security forces and TDA that resulted in the killing of some TDA members. Armed confrontations where they kill each other is not a sign that
That's just how you keep your troops in line.
Yes. Not much working hand in hand. The intelligence community has not observed the regime directing TDA, including to push migrants to the United States, which probably would require extensive coordination, yes, I would have thought so, and funding between regime entities and TDA leaders that would have come to light. Also, the decentralized makeup of TDA would make such a relationship logistically challenging. Most of the intelligence community views intelligence indicating that regime leaders are directing or enabling TDA migration to the United States as not credible. They just called what Trump said not credible. What about the FBI, though? This is 17 of 18. What about the FBI? Have they got the evidence? While FBI analysts agree with that overall assessment that I just read, some FBI analysts assess some Venezuelan government officials facilitate TDA members' migration from Venezuela to the United States and use members as proxies in Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and the United States to advance what they see as the Maduro regime's goal of destabilizing governments and undermining public safety in these countries. That does sound like what Trump's saying. Well, it's read out. That does sound like what Trump's saying. But
it's about to sound a lot less like what Trump says.
In some cases, reporting warns that these sources could also be motivated to fabricate information. And some reports come from people detained for involvement in criminal activity in the United States or for entering the country illegally, which could motivate them to make false allegations about their ties to the Venezuelan regime in an effort to deflect responsibility for their crimes and to lessen any punishment by providing exculpatory or otherwise valuable information to US prosecutors.
Brilliant.
So the people who told them this are jailbirds trying to get their sentence released, and they know what the American government wants to hear.
Good on the jailbirds. Like, smart.
Yeah, no, look, good luck to them, but rather unconvincing as far as intelligence goes. I think I'm going to stick with the 17. That, by the way, everything I just told you should have been released publicly without a Freedom of Information Act. That none of that should have been kept secret. The fact it was kept secret in the first place is kind of disgusting, in my view, given how important this issue is, how public this issue is, how of importance it is to the public. The fact they tried to get away with hiding this because it contradicted their message is fucking bullshit. Furthermore, let me remind you what Tulsi Gabbard said, which we told you about last week or the week before. She tweeted in response to leaks about that report. The weaponization of intelligence to undermine the president's agenda is an assault on democracy. Those behind this illegal leak of classified intelligence twisted and manipulated to convey the exact opposite finding.
Jeez.
Will be held accountable under the full force of the law. Rooting out this politicization of intelligence is exactly what President Trump campaigned on and what Americans overwhelmingly voted for. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence fully supports the assessment that the foreign terrorist organization Tren de Aragua is acting with the support of the Maduro regime and thus subject to arrest, detention, and removal as alien enemies of the United States. So let me repeat and emphasize, not that I didn't emphasize it then, the important bit. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence fully supports the assessment that the foreign terrorist organization Tren de Aragua is acting with the support of the Maduro regime. That is 100% not what the report says. Gabbard is now a proven liar and should be impeached. That's not me being bullshit. That's me. Her entire job is to shepherd the intelligence through to the public and to allow through what's appropriate, to not allow through what's inappropriate, to shield the stuff that the public needs to be shielded from, but to let the other stuff through. And the stuff that she shields, she should represent fairly and accurately because that is her job.
And not to twist and manipulate to convey the exact opposite of a finding.
Exactly. And she was just caught covering up a blatant lie for Trump and threatening the people who exposed her lie with prosecution, mind you.
Gee.
That is so impeachable. I don't think she could do anything that would be more impeachable. Like, that is just, that for her job.
Careful what you wish for, Chaz.
Yeah, you're right. She will prove me wrong. But for her job, if she went out and shot someone in the head, that would be less of a violation of her job than what she just did.
Sure, right.
Her job is not to keep people alive and to not shoot them. Her job is to present intelligence honestly. That was a 100% betrayal of her actual job.
Far out.
Note also, just days after she released that tweet, Pam Bondi reversed Merrick Garland's protections for journalistic sources and said that they would go after leakers. Which leak did she cite as an example of the kind of thing she went to go after? This leak. Once again, the one that proved the administration were liars.
Wow.
And they were trying to cover it up by prosecuting the leakers. Also, if you want more proof that this whole thing is concocted, and I don't think you need it, but if you want more proof, Steve Miller has been cooking up this bullshit since at least September 2023. This was him in a podcast in September 2023 talking to, of course, as always, Charlie Kirk.
It's also the reason why President Trump has talked about invoking the Alien Enemies Act, which is a law that was passed in the late 18th century during the Adams presidency that allows you to instantaneously remove any non-citizen foreigner from an invading country age 14 or older. So it doesn't apply to all the demographics of illegal alien groups, but it applies to those 14 and older. And so it would be particularly useful in contexts where you have large amounts of gang members and drug dealers and other criminal offenders who are overwhelmingly going to be over that age threshold. And so that allows you to suspend the due process that normally applies to a removal proceeding.
So this strategy, by the way, nice photoshopping there. They weren't real photos in case you guys were wondering. So this strategy that they're using here was not in response to the threat from Tren de Aragua, as they would have you believe. This was their plan all along, and they picked a random gang to make it a reality.
Wow.
Does this seem bullshit enough to you by now, Lockie? I think I've demonstrated this is bullshit enough.
Enough bullshit? There's too much. Flooded.
Talking about suspending due process, we saw exactly how that works this week as well. Steve Miller tweeted out the following. The right of due process is to protect citizens from their government, not to protect foreign trespassers from removal. Due process guarantees the rights of a criminal defendant facing prosecution, not an illegal alien facing deportation. Now that is laughably wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not going to put you on the spot and ask you why you think that is, because I
don't think I could articulate it.
Yeah, I have mentioned this a few times. I could test out how much you've been paying attention, but let's mention it one more time, just for Stephen Miller, because I know he's a pepper. Steve, the Fifth Amendment states, no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. No person, not citizen, person. All people in America are people by definition. So every single person in America has the right of due process, regardless of how you describe them. Here's Antonin Scalia in 1993. It is well established that the Fifth Amendment entitles aliens to due process of law in deportation proceedings. That's pretty clear, isn't it? So Steve Miller's legal advice is complete bullshit, probably intentionally so. And here is Trump on the weekend.
Your Secretary of State says everyone who's here, citizens and non-citizens, deserve due process. Do you agree, Mr. President?
I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
Don't you need to uphold the Constitution of the United States as president?
I don't know. I have to respond by saying again, I have brilliant lawyers that work for me, and they are going to obviously follow what the Supreme Court said.
He answers questions like me being put on the spot.
He's always got that. I mean, I'm not insulting you here by saying this.
None taken.
Because I say this all the time, but he's always got that vibe of the fourth class kid who didn't do his book report.
Oh, yeah.
He has to bluff it in front of the class. He's always got that vibe. Those brilliant lawyers he's referring to there, those brilliant lawyers have a name, and it's all the same name, and that name is Steve Miller. Steve Miller makes up some shit, and then Trump says, well, I'm following the advice of my lawyers, aren't I? I don't know. I'm just following the advice of my lawyers. Sith Miller is destroying this country, and if Congress wasn't completely dysfunctional, he'd be sitting right next to Tulsi Gabbard in the impeachment proceedings, because that is the same kind of thing where you just go, I mean, look, I'm not saying they will impeach him. I'm not saying this. I'm talking about alternative universes here, Lucky, but both of them completely violated their oaths of office in such shocking ways, and this is just another example.
Blatant.
Yeah. Okay, I wasn't going to talk about Libya, but I'm going to throw this in as a bonus because since we're talking about deportations, I thought I'd squeeze it in because we've already got a whole podcast. I know.
You still got time.
Yeah, maybe just.
No, there's time. You're fine.
We've already got a whole podcast worth of stuff to talk about for next week. And it's been like a day. So I'm trying to squeeze in Libya now so we don't do it then. There was a report a few days ago from Reuters that the administration was planning to deport a plane load of immigrants to Libya. The details of the trip, unknown. What the nationality of the migrants were, unknown. Given what happened in El Salvador, though, there was an immediate court challenge. Lawyers for immigrants from Laos, Vietnam, Philippines, they applied for an emergency hearing in court. They asked the judge to prevent their clients from being sent to Libya before they had a chance to challenge the deportation to court. Once again, they're not even saying don't send us to Libya. They're saying just let us have due process before you send us to Libya.
Yeah.
That's all they're asking for.
Massive lack of trust.
Yeah. So, but the first question is, what is the legal authority that Trump will be using to even send them to Libya? Because the El Salvador one was the Alien Enemies Act. Laos, Vietnam, Philippines, they're not Trendaragua.
No.
There's no declaration of an invasion from Laos. So what right does he have to try to bridge due process to send them to some prison in Libya? Where's that coming from? Unknown. Unknown what the legal authority is. And of course, it's illegal to forcibly send immigrants to places where they're going to face persecution and danger. And where they were going to face danger. Like in Libya, the State Department says you just shouldn't travel there at all. due to crime, terrorism, unexploded landmines, civil unrest, kidnapping, and armed conflict. So just everyone shouldn't go to Libya as far as the State Department's concerned.
Wow.
But that's not even these people, because these people weren't going to be let loose into the community. They were going to be sent to a detention centre. And a 2021 Amnesty International report found horrific violations in the detention centres in Libya, calling them a total hellscape. That's the quote. Another quote, prisoners are subjected to torture, sexual violence, forced labour and other exploitation with total impunity. The entire network of Libyan migration detention centres is rotten to its core and must be dismantled. Let me remind you, under both American and international law, you cannot send asylum seekers to a place where they're going to be persecuted. That's the principle of non-refoulement. So journos asked Trump, what's going on with this Libya thing? And this is what he said.
Other questions?
Are your administration sending migrants to Libya?
I don't know. You'll have to ask Homeland Security, please.
He's got great lawyers. You should ask the lawyers. I'm sure Trump has no idea. I bet DHS are just freelancing it off their own bat without so much as a beg your pardon towards Trump, because Trump notoriously likes his underlings doing whatever they want. That's Trump's style. Yeah, no, I'm being sarcastic.
Okay, right. Yeah. I was like...
Trump likes to micromanage. But, we only know one thing about this trip. It has the same lack of due process that we've come to expect from this administration. According to the lawyers of these plaintiffs, ICE gathered together a Vietnamese person, a Lao person, and 4 other people in detention and ordered them to sign paperwork agreeing to be sent to Libya. All 6 of them refused, so ICE handcuffed them and threw them into solitary confinement. Also illegal. But here's where it gets weird. Both of Libya's 2 governments, because yes, they have 2 governments. That's part of that's what happens when you're in a state of civil war. Both of Libya's 2 governments say they're not going to take these people. Both.
So they agree on one thing.
That's true. That's so they can build some kind of resolution on. Both the internationally recognised government in Tripoli and the warlords government in the eastern part of the country denied striking any agreements with America to accept deportees. The Prime Minister in Tripoli wrote in social media that Libya refuses to be a destination for the deportation of migrants under any pretext. That's pretty definitive.
Mm-hmm.
The Libyan National Army, they control the east half, released a statement saying accepting deportees would violate sovereignty in the homeland. So what's going on? How is America expecting to send people there without even the permission of the country itself? That seems super illegal. In the end, it doesn't matter. We may never find out because the court just slapped them down.
Right.
This is what the court said. Recall back on the 18th of April, Judge Brian Murphy handed down an injunction on the government saying any immigrant expelled to a country...
I was wrong. Well, that's inaccurate because we're about half an hour.
That's all right. That's all right. Just flip it.
We'll flip it.
Let's flip it.
Yeah.
We've just run out of hourglass, folks. Yeah, that's probably about right. We're probably getting close. We're probably about 3:45, I reckon. Yeah. Okay, so on the 18th of April, Brian Murphy handed down an injunction on the government saying that any immigrant expelled to a country not explicitly provided for on the alien's order of removal, as in the appropriate order of removal, be given written notice and a meaningful chance to contest their deportation to that country if they fear they may face torture or persecution there.
Wow.
Seems reasonable. Brian Murphy.
Such low standards.
I know that bar is now probably about 3 feet underground. It just keeps on getting lower and lower and lower, the bar that you need to clear. And now Brian Murphy has ruled, because he's the one they went to, now, if the media reports about the planned Libya deportations are correct, the plan blatantly defies the court order. He also said he shouldn't actually have to make that ruling because it's obvious. And I agree, it is obvious. But I'm glad he did it because these people, Lockie, are brazen. Let me tell you how brazen they are.
Oh.
Shortly after Murphy issued that injunction I just told you before, the really obvious sounding injunction.
Yes.
The Trump administration sent 2 groups of migrants to detention in El Salvador without them going through adequate due process. You might go, hang on, how can they do that? How can they do that? You might be wondering. Is that what you're wondering?
That is what I'm wondering.
The court's just wasting their breath. Like, how do they get away with this? They said, the government said, the deportations didn't defy the court order because the flights were not carried out by ICE, Lockie. They were carried out by the Pentagon. The Pentagon was not explicitly covered by the injunction. ICE was explicitly covered by the injunction. So ICE handed the prisoners over to the Pentagon, and then the Pentagon got to fly them.
No way.
Because they said the injunction only covered ICE. These people, honestly, they're such mongrels. They are completely lawless. So Murphy then last week expands the injunction just to make absolutely 100% sure, just to dot the I and cross the T for the 10th time. The injunction now also forbids ICE from handing off immigrants to other agencies in any manner that prevents an alien from receiving due process guarantees. So you can see why Murphy wanted to be crystal clear on this particular case.
Wow.
That is where we're at. Anyway, no one's been sent to Libya. And it's still not clear what game the administration was playing at. Like, how are they supposed to get them there? How are they supposed to keep them there if the government doesn't want them there? No one really knows what they were planning to do and why and how. All we know is that they haven't done it yet. So there's a bit of mystery there, and it sucks. One more thing worth noting that's happening at the same time. Reuters undertook an investigation into how judges' families have been increasingly threatened while all this is happening. They discovered 11 federal judges whose families have faced threats of violence or harassment after the judges ruled against the new Trump administration. At least 70 posts online explicitly called for judges' family members, not judges, judges' family members to face violence, retaliation, or arrest. For example, they noted that when Judge Boasberg suggested the government may have committed contempt of court by ignoring his court orders to turn the El Salvador planes around, it wasn't just Boasberg who was attacked. Laura Loomer and Elon Musk both shared a college graduation photo of Boasberg's daughter online.
Wait, what? Those two shared it?
Yeah, they both shared the photo. No, they never shared post. Laura Loomer shared it and Elon Musk shared it independently. Yeah. Why, you may ask?
Why? That's so weird. Like, obviously weird. I thought it was going to be from randos online.
No. It's Laura Loomer and Elon Musk. Loomer accused his daughter of helping illegal immigrant gang members, and Elon Musk retweeted her tweets. So the organisation she's part of partners with...
The daughter?
Yeah, the daughter. Partners with public defenders to offer social services to people facing low-level criminal charges. So if it helps illegal immigrant gang members, then that's an accident. It's certainly not the point of the group. They just help poor people. Could one of those poor people be an illegal immigrant gang member? Sure. It could be a pirate. They could be anything. They're just poor, right? Musk shared Loomer's accusations. He called the daughter's work concerning.
And did an emoji, no doubt.
Yes. 42 million views later, it was open season on the daughter, including threats of executions for her and for Boasberg's entire family. Reuters identified about 370 online posts vilifying Boasberg and his daughter, including 228 on X that were viewed more than 119 million times. Laura Loomer also attacked Boasberg's brother because the daughter wasn't enough.
Just go for it.
Yeah. His brother's called Thomas. He's a former Denver school superintendent. In 2017, during Trump's first term, the Denver Board of Education said it was limiting cooperation with federal immigration authorities. So on X, Loomer falsely declared that Thomas Boasberg said he would never enforce any immigration laws and that the Boasberg family has a history of protecting illegal aliens. And so someone posted a photo of Thomas as well, which then got sent around as well. So that's the first example. Second example, Judge John McConnell, his family, he's ruled against Trump just now. His family endured similar threats. He ruled that Trump overstepped his authority in freezing grants. Laura Loomer tweeted a photo of his daughter. She'd worked at the US Education Department as a policy advisor, and Loomer accused McConnell of protecting her paycheck. This is one of her many tweets. saying the reason why Judge McConnell, a Democrat donor and activist, wants Trump to restore funding is because his daughter, Catherine McConnell, is currently employed by the same Department of Education that President Trump and Elon Musk want to audit and defund. She was appointed by Joe Biden, and now her dad is abusing his power to protect her paycheck. His daughter left her job before Trump was president. Doesn't matter. Elon Musk retweeted that Luma post, of course, and Luma posted 9 more times about Catherine McConnell.
Jeez.
She was wrong every single time. More than 600 calls and emails then flooded McConnell's courthouse, including death threats and menacing messages taunting his entire family, especially his daughter. Third example, Judge John Bates ordered the administration to
Sorry, does Laura Loomer not care about protecting women? Like, isn't that the whole, I'm scared of the women's bathroom, it's a sacred place. Meanwhile, 119 million people can...
Okay.
I mean, sorry.
No, you're right. You have identified hypocrisy. I mean, to be fair, the person who's most obsessed with bathrooms is Nancy Mace. Who seems to literally spend her entire life taking photos outside bathrooms, like just in front of pictograms. But Laura Loomer is also concerned. So you're right to identify the hypocrisy. Example number 3 is Judge John Bates. He ordered the administration to restore public health websites that were taken down because of transgender references. The next day, Elon Musk shared posts with photos of Bates and his wife, which alleged she ran a charity that received US foreign aid, accusing the judge of a conflict of interest and corruption. You'll be surprised to hear the said charity, that it was an Ethiopian orphan assistance charity, that had never received any US government funds whatsoever. Didn't matter. One commenter responded to Musk's post with a call for the couple to face capital punishment.
Whoa.
Another posted an image of a noose and said it was needed to address the unfathomable level of corruption and tyranny. I told you the other day about the tactic of sending pizzas to judges and their families to let them know
we know
that
where
the
you
sender
live.
knows where they live, exactly. A pizza was sent to the home of Amy Coney Barrett the weekend after she joined a 5-4 decision against the administration's bid to freeze foreign aid. So it's happening to Supreme Court judges as well. That same weekend, a bomb threat targeted her sister in South Carolina.
Wow.
So the Supreme Court judges have got it as well. Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson has spoken out about this recently. She said, across the nation, judges are facing increased threats of not only physical violence, but also professional retaliation just for doing our jobs. And the attacks not random. They seem designed to intimidate those of us who serve in this critical capacity. A society in which judges are routinely made to fear for their own safety or their own livelihood due to their decisions is one that has substantially departed from the norms of behaviour that govern a democratic system. What do you do about this, though? Where does free speech become a threat? It's a tough one.
Sorry, no, you...
No, I was just going to say, Laura Loomer, you can criticise her for targeting Boasberg's daughter, and obviously I am.
Yeah.
But let's say Boasberg's daughter is corrupt. She should be allowed to call it out.
She should have due process.
And let's say, well, but she doesn't have to follow due process.
Yeah, in what she tweets
to make an accusation.
Yeah,
under the First Amendment.
Yeah,
and like she if she's wrong, if she genuinely thinks that Boasberg's daughter is corrupt, she in good faith thinks that she's corrupt and she's wrong because she's stupid. Where does it stop being free speech?
Sorry, you're saying the free speech of Loomer and Musk and not the... Sorry, I thought you were saying that free speech is a threat to those who use it against the government.
I'm saying that these people who are criticising, when you go guaranteed, and obviously I support free speech. When you got free speech, where's the line? It's a really hard line to draw. I mean, there is a line.
Yeah, no, you've asked a good question.
Incitement is a line, but Laura Loomer's not saying go and send them nooses. Laura Loomer's not saying ring them up and threaten to bomb them. Laura Loomer's just saying they're corrupt.
Yeah.
So is that incitement? I'm not sure it is. It's a really tough legal question. Not to mention moral question. I mean, Laura Loomer should be less irresponsible.
If you're doing it in court, I suspect that Loomer would be asked how aware she is of what the actions of her massive audience are going to be.
Yeah.
And that there's a moral duty to make sure that your actions don't incite, even if they're not intended to.
And she would say,
I don't care. I'm not doing.
She would say, I can't help it if some crazy person does something crazy. What I'm doing here is journalism. That's what she would say.
But you can help it.
And she's, but I mean,
it's hard.
But should a journalist be worried about that? Like if she was not a moron, if she actually was a journalist, and she was in the right, like if New York Times writes about Eagle-Ed Martin Jr. and then some dickhead goes
spits on him.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say that person just spat on Eagle-Ed Martin Jr. Didn't spit on him. Let's say they stabbed him.
Yeah, true.
Okay. Am I liable? I've been savaging that guy for the last 3 months.
Is Dan, who made the sting, liable?
Yeah, I mean, I'm joking, but I'm not joking as well.
No. You've made a great point.
Where is the line between journalism and not journalism, and where is the line between being a bad journalist and inciting violence? It's not an easy. I'm not saying you can't draw a line. I'm just saying it's not as easy as you might think.
No, and it's definitely not. Tell them to shut up.
No, it's definitely not just tell them to shut up.
Yeah.
Okay. Why not? I'll just keep going. It's not much more stuff. I'm gonna go for it. I got 2 sections left. Neither of them are long, but just whatever. Okay. First of all, I talked about the trans thing. What I'm doing is legal stuff. I might as well mention the trans thing as well. Try and get it out of the way. Because I did mention I'm playing America once again. I actually, most of what I'm going to say here, I did say I'm playing America, but I've got an extra important bit which I want to add to this. Okay. So there was a emergency ruling in the Supreme Court in the case of US versus Schilling. So this is not about merits, okay? Everything I'm about to tell you is not about the merits of the case. It's not a final ruling from the Supreme Court. It's just arguing about an injunction. Because the lower court, the district court said, what we're talking about here is a trans ban in the military, okay? And the district court said, you can't fire all trans people, military, while we're hearing whether it's legal for you to fire them. Okay, so while the court case is going on, you keep them in the military, and if we find that the trans ban's okay, then you can sack them.
Okay.
But until then, you keep them in the military. Okay, that's what the district court said. And so then they appealed all the way to the Supreme Court about just that decision. So the Supreme Court made the call that they were not going to respect that injunction. They overruled the injunction. So now what the Supreme Court said is that they blocked the injunction. What they said is that, and by the way, here's a district court judge was a Bush judge, a Bush-appointed judge, Republican. But basically what they said is, you need to go back to the district court. You need to have your trial. If you win that case, you can still be sacked. If the government wants to appeal, then you go to the appeals court. You have another trial with the appeals court, or you have another hearing with the appeals court. If you win that hearing, you're still sacked. If they want to appeal to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Then we'll hear it. And then if we say you won the hearing, trans people, then you can get your job back. But that whole period, if they want to sack you, you're sacked. That's what the Supreme Court said. So essentially the Supreme Court just said, we're going to give them a year to sack you and for you to stay sacked before you have the opportunity to get your job back, trans people. That's what they just said. That's what this is about. And then in a year's time, whatever, they'll make their final ruling about trans bans in the military. Okay, so do we all understand?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, good. All right. The 3 Liberals were in dissent. They said, no, you should keep the injunction, unsurprisingly. So Kagan, Jackson, and Sotomayor. Like I was disciplined by a Pepper, by Jeff a few weeks back. That does not mean that 6 Republicans thought you should get rid of the injunction. It just means that 3 dissented against it. 1 or 2 Republicans might have had no opinion at all. They might not have voted at all. One of them might have voted with the dissenters but didn't want to be part of the dissent. We don't know. But it's probably 6-3. Probably, but we don't know. Okay. This decision, by the way, affects about 4,200. There's 4,200 trans people officially in the military. So
now out of the job.
Who are about to be out of the job.
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, like it's just, like they didn't just sack them tomorrow. Like it's just, but over the next few weeks, they'll go through a process. They'll weed them out one by one. There'll be a bit of a purge. So that's about 0.2% of the soldiers. Okay. Now I want to make a few things clear here. The executive order that this is based on is terrible. The ban is terrible. And the government's argument is terrible. Those are three opinions from me. Okay? I think they're all terrible. I think they're all objectively terrible. And I'll tell you why very quickly before I get into the actual legal issues. The executive order said, and I read this out in Play America, I can't read this out enough. Beyond the hormonal and surgical medical interventions involved, adoption of a gender identity inconsistent with individual sex conflicts with a soldier's commitment to an honourable, truthful and disciplined lifestyle.
This one. Yeah.
Even in one's personal life. A man's assertion that he is a woman and his requirement that others honour this falsehood is not consistent with the humility and selflessness required of a service member. Talk about adding insult to injury, quite literally. That is shocking.
Yeah.
Like it's so. Why do you need to savage them in your executive order? Why can't you just? Oh, who am I talking to? Anyway, it's terrible. The executive order is terrible. The ban is also terrible. In the first term, they tried to have a transgender military ban as well, but in that ban at least had exemptions, and the exemptions were not unreasonable exemptions. If you're going to have a transgender ban, their exemptions were essentially people who had already proven that they could be fine and in the military and were transgender were allowed to stay in the military. So if you were out and proud and doing just fine and didn't have any problems, you stay that way.
No issues.
No issues. If you are a transgender person who wants to join the military, you got a problem.
Yeah.
You got banned then because they don't know. They don't know if you're going to have an issue. That was their logic, right?
And there's no way of finding out.
Yeah. If you are in the closet as trans person and then you decide to leave the military to transition and then come back, no, you're not coming back. So there may be a problem. Now, I don't agree with those judgments, but if you're going to have a transgender ban, it's at least sensible when someone's demonstrated
that they're already capable of being in the military.
Then honour that. Like that is a sensible thing to do, and that's what they did. In the
if
first
you're
term.
enacting the ban,
yeah, if you're enacting the ban. This time around, they're not doing that. They're just purging.
Yeah.
If you're trans, you're out. There are only 3 conditions under which you can be exempted, and you need all 3 of them. You need A plus B plus C. These are the 3 conditions. If you have a compelling government interest in your attention and you have had no symptoms of gender dysphoria for 36 months and you have never attempted to transition and you're willing to serve under your birth sex. So that's going to rule out pretty much everyone who's transgender.
How could you even...
Like,
I'm trying to figure out how one could even meet all 3 of those.
You haven't felt transgender for 36 months is one of the criteria, and you got to be able to prove that.
Yeah.
Try proving that. Anyway, so that seems to me to be incredible. And there are people who are highly decorated officers in the army. Like we spoke to on Planet America, who was a colonel. She's been in the army for 20 years. For 20 years, highly successfully, who's about to get purged.
Wow.
The end of her career. What's the point of that? What does that achieve? So the ban, in my
definitely
view,
makes your country less safe and open to incursions.
Yeah. Yes. So in my view, the ban is terrible, and the government argument is terrible as well. In the actual case, the government's argument is that they're not banning trans military personnel at all. They're banning people with gender dysphoria. They're saying that's a condition. It's like, like flat feet or something. Like, and they're banning it, just like they ban any other condition. Like they're banning depression.
Yeah.
And they said trans people are fine, just as long as you don't have gender dysphoria.
Condition.
But of course, every trans person has gender dysphoria. That's the definition of
Under
being a
their
trans
definition.
person.
Yeah, great.
Yeah. So that's kind of ridiculous. And and that's been slapped down by the courts before, that when you ban an element, when you punish an element that is synonymous with a particular class of person, you are effectively discriminating against that person.
Yeah.
The example I gave on Plain America was there was a tax case on wearing yarmulkes. And they said, well, you're discriminating against Jewish people, aren't you?
Yeah.
Because, yes, not every Jewish person has to wear a yarmulke, but it's a pretty good chance that when you're talking about yarmulkes, you're talking about Jewish people, aren't you? It's the same thing there. It's a pretty good chance. If you're talking about gender dysphoria, you're talking about transgender people. So the Supreme Court's been there, done that. That's a bad argument. Let's get past now my opinions and let's get into some legal analysis. The Supreme Court, in their first term, in the Trump first term, already voted 5-4 to support injunctions. Well, the same thing as they're doing now, to support not having an injunction. They made it really clear in their arguments that they were going to vote to keep the transgender ban 5-4. And they've become more conservative since then. So just pure politics, they're going to keep this ban.
Sure.
But also, there is actually, to be fair, precedent favouring this. If I was if I don't care about my views and my opinions, and I'm just applying the law as it stands, the Supreme Court has deferred to the military many times with allowing them to discriminate. Allowing them to discriminate against Jews, allowing them to discriminate against women, allowing them to discriminate against black people. There is heaps of case law.
Right.
Of the Supreme Court being allowed to the Supreme Court allowing the military to discriminate and allowing both the executive and Congress to discriminate on behalf of the military. It's just precedence galore on this. They allow deference because they go, well, hey, we're courts. We're not supposed to mess around with the national security of the country. We'll leave that to the professionals. If you're protecting the country, we're going to allow a lot of deference, when it comes to discrimination and many other things.
Right.
So given that case law exists, I'm absolutely sure they're going to rule that they have deference to discriminate against transgender people. They can discriminate against women. They can discriminate against transgender people because they're both, according to the Bostock ruling, on the basis of sex. So they're kind of the same thing, according to the Supreme Court, sex and transgender. So I'm pretty sure that the court is going to uphold this ban. And the fact they had such a ridiculously over-the-top injunction like the hold on the injunction was so over the top, allowing the bans to temporarily exist for over a year. It tells you that which way they think they're going to rule as well. Okay, so why I think the government, this is the new bit, why I think the government should have won the case, I just told you. Why I think the injunction was bullshit, I need to tell you now. Because I think this decision they just made now was bullshit. As I told you, the original judge, Ben Settle, was a George W. Bush appointee. He granted Schilling's request for a preliminary injunction, as in to not have the ban temporarily. Because he said it's not even an especially close call, he said. Because you have injunctions when there's irreparable harm, one way or another. Like you have to decide which side has irreparable harm, if either of them. And if one side has irreparable harm, if they lose the case unfairly. Sorry. If one side has irreparable harm because the case goes the other way or whatever the injunction is, then you should have the opposite injunction, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Okay. So in this case here, he has to decide, just to make it clear if that was a bit confusing, he has to decide, is there irreparable harm for the transgender people being fired? If so, then you should have an injunction stopping them being fired while the court case is going on, just in case. If there's irreparable harm for the government not being able to fire them, then you should allow the government to fire them so there isn't irreparable harm for the government not being able to fire them. Okay? If there's irreparable harm for both of them either way, then you've got a complicated question.
Yeah, I was going
to. But in this case, the judge said it's not even close. It's obviously irreparable harm for the transgender people. If they get sacked, it's going to ruin their career, possibly ruin their lives. And then a year later, they're allowed to have their job back. It's too late. Their career's been destroyed. Like, who knows what's happened to them in this process? That's what the judge's logic was. Okay, he said that the burden on the government associated with a brief delay in enforcement pales in comparison to the hardships imposed on transgender service members if they're falsely sacked or unfairly sacked. And obviously, it can't be that much harm for the government, can it? Because trans people have been serving in the military openly for a decade.
What's one more year?
Yeah, what's one more year? Exactly. Supreme Court disagreed. They gave Trump and Hegseth the green light to purge the ranks of trans people. Why? What's their logic? Well, they didn't give reasons, I should say, to begin with, because it was just an emergency thing. But still, this is the arguments that were made, which they accepted. Trans people, it's obvious, being sacked can just derail their careers and lives. What about the government, though? What's their argument? Solicitor General John Sauer said, when an unelected judge usurps the role of the political branches in operating the nation's armed forces, they injure our democratic system by preventing the executive branch from carrying out its work. So, in other words, let me translate. Even a temporary constraint on the exercise of federal government power inflicts a wound from which the republic cannot recover. If you stop them so much as for a second from using their rightful federal government power,
then they've got no power.
That destroys the republic.
Oh, come on.
That is their argument. That was their argument, and it's complete bullshit. And the Supreme Court bought it. So that is why I think this injunction is bullshit. And the blocking of the injunction, is bullshit. And they should have allowed the injunction to stand. And then they would have ruled in 12 months, just like they were going to, against the trans people. And then they can sack them to their heart's content. That's the way the rule of law works. But in the meantime, this injunction was bullshit.
Could have kept them on for one more year. Yeah.
So that's that. And finally, I want to summarize. I want to talk about the Take It Down Act, because this is looking like it's going to be Trump's sixth piece of legislation.
Oh.
Remember, I keep on saying he's only had
big
5.
number 6 being the big number 2, I believe.
That's right. Well, half.
Or the technical number 2.
So 1.5. This is the first proper piece of legislation that he is going to have signed, I think. It's pushed by Melania Trump as well, so it's appropriate. It's been
so they'll both have one up.
Yeah, they will. It's a nice way of putting it. It was sponsored by Senator Ted Cruz. What does it do? If you only know one thing about this legislation, you know it cracks down on AI-generated revenge porn. That's what's on the lid. Who could oppose that? It's got some opponents, and the opponents it's got are people that when they oppose something, it's worth just hearing them out, because you go, these people sometimes oppose things for good reasons. Thomas Massey opposes it. Eric Burleson in the House opposes it. The ACLU opposes it. The Electronic Frontier Foundation opposes it. The Future of Free Speech opposes it. A lot of people oppose it.
Okay.
So let's go into this in more detail. This bill would make it a federal crime to publish any intimate visual depiction of an identifiable individual online if the image was generated by a computer or artificial intelligence and was indistinguishable from an authentic visual depiction of that individual, unless the depicted individual consented to its publication or voluntarily exposed such an image in a public or commercial setting themselves. Note, it just says intimate. It doesn't define like porn. It just says intimate. Okay, so no pasting a celebrity's head onto some rando nude pic and posting it somewhere or messaging it to someone. Okay? I don't think anyone would object to that. No faking revenge porn either. Like someone you know. It doesn't have to be a celebrity, just anyone. Anyone, if they don't give you permission and it's an intimate image that seems like them. That's produced by chicanery. Not on. What about real revenge porn? Okay, that gets rid of fake revenge porn. What about real revenge porn? It covers that as well.
Okay.
It will also bans publishing an intimate visual depiction of an identifiable individual online unless the depicted individual voluntarily exposed the image in a public or commercial setting or otherwise had no expectation of privacy. So you can't share nudes of someone who doesn't want them shared. Once again, very few people would disagree with that. You get 2 years in jail for pics of adults, 3 years in jail for pics of minors. There is an exception. The exception is for law enforcement agencies or other government actors doing it as part of investigative, protective, or intelligence activity. So if you're into sick, non-consensual porn, I suggest you become an FBI agent and start conducting sex stings. Or making TV shows involving FBI agents who, to catch a predator.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
One of the two. They're fine. They're fine. So what's the problem? I've told you all these reasonable things and then said that they hinted darkly they might be a problem. What's the problem here?
I am very intrigued to see where this goes in terms of why it's opposed.
Okay. Number one, there's no exception for humour. So non-porn parodies. Having a picture of, say, give them like an ET body or something with a little ET dick and tweeting that out. That could be construed as fake revenge porn.
Right. Oh, like putting the photo of a politician onto the edge of a penis on a TV show and then saying turkey slap could get you in trouble.
Yes. Or say putting a fake image of say a Sky News commentator fucking a dog.
Yes, that was the one. I was trying to remember which ones.
Yes. That could get you in trouble.
Why you would be concerned about parody. Yeah. Okay,
but it's not just me. I mean, I'm a free speech guy. Those days are behind me. Honest, Your Honour. You just know these restrictions are going to get pushed further and further over time. So you want an explicit exception for parody, I think. And you don't. That's the first thing. Second thing, the enforcement mechanism here. It requires online platforms to establish a notice and removal regime, which is, I don't know how familiar you are with these, that's basically what they do with copyright infringement. People give notice and then they have to remove, right? Platforms will be required to remove reported images within 48 hours after they receive a request and to make reasonable efforts to remove any known identical copies of such depiction that they can get their hands on. So you know what's going to happen. You've only got 48 hours for these massive platforms with billions of posts.
Yeah.
They're gonna run AI through it.
It's just getting automated.
It's getting automated and it's just going to be auto block. That's what's going to happen. And then there'll be some process where you write a challenge to a machine or to AI complaining, and then you never hear back from them, and it's just going to be shit, right? For those who
for when it is an incorrect application of copyright.
Exactly.
Sorry, not copyright. When it's an incorrect infringement.
But for those who run YouTube accounts, you know, like hypothetically me, you know how often you get falsely accused of copyright infringement, how frustrating it is to try and get it reversed. It's just a big pain in the ass. And you're going to have exactly the same system for this. All right, so that's the next thing. And not to mention, this really encourages people to unfairly accuse each other. If you want to get someone, that's a great way to do it. Unfairly accuse them of having a dodgy photo because it'll just get auto taken down, and it's just going to be an absolute nightmare. If there's something about you online that you don't want, just pretend it violates this act. Just why not take a stab? That's what people are going to start doing.
Under specific circumstances, of course.
Even if they've got clothes on, it's going to...
You don't reckon?
Dude, you know the kind of shit I've been pinged for copyright on before? It's not...
Right, sorry, with the automated thing.
It's not a person looking at it. It's going to be automated. So as soon as you get automated, you can really, really screw with it,
Right.
So that's my concern. That's my concern number 2. And people are going to start sicking each other intentionally, especially partisans from the other side. They're going to try and get each other. Or if you're actually, we'll talk about the politicians in a second. But these kinds of systems are very easy to abuse. That's my point. As the EFF said, services will rely on automated filters, which are infamously blunt tools. They frequently flag legal content from fair use commentary to news reporting. Number 3, how are platforms going to find these images that they are legally obligated to find, do you think? They're going to have to monitor you, aren't they? A lot more closely to be able to find those images. Especially if you have encryption. Do you think you're going to be able to get away with encryption? Do you think the kind of punishments they're going to have here for these companies, do you think that they are going to allow you to have a private space where they can't check that you're not breaking the law? Even direct messages are breaking the law. So that is why the EFF says this law presents a huge threat to security and privacy online. It does. Because even if they don't abuse the photo bit, all of a sudden you're being surveilled in a way that you weren't before. All of a sudden you have no encryption. Well, no real encryption. And as soon as there's a loophole for the platform, there's a loophole for someone exploiting the platform. So encryption disappears. That's how it disappears, right? Or at least effective encryption. It'll be shitty encryption. Number 4, who's in charge of ensuring compliance? The Federal Trade Commission is, according to this legislation. They're a body with a proud tradition of being co-opted by the government of the day. So get ready for the government to have another tool to lean on whichever groups they want to get. And especially if there's something politically compromising they want to get rid of, a photo they want to get rid of, they're going to be able to lean on these people. Trump literally just joked that he would want to use it for himself. He literally just made that joke.
The Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you. Stand up, John. And thank you to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody.
I mean, obviously, he's joking. I'm not suggesting he's being serious, but Trump has this knack for saying the important bit out loud as a joke. And then one day, it's not a joke anymore. He does it a lot. Finally, it's sweeping. An ACLU letter noted that, quote, although the Act appropriately excludes some online services, including providers of broadband internet access services and electronic mail, from the definition of a covered platform, the Act does not exclude private messaging services, private electronic storage services, or other services that use encryption to secure other users' data. I already kind of went there. Mike Masnick notes, the bill is so bad that even the Cyber Civil Rights Initiative, whose entire existence is based on representing the interests of victims of non-consensual intimate imagery and passing bills similar to the Take It Down Act, has come out with a statement saying that while it supports laws to address such imagery, it cannot support this bill due to its many, many, many inherent problems. The bill's vague standards combined with harsh criminal penalties create a perfect storm for censorship and abuse. And this bill passed the House 409 votes to 2. And it passed the Senate unanimously. And Trump is obviously going to sign it, so that's going to make it bill number 6. So look, I praise the aims of the bill, but when you're messing around with free speech, which is what this is, you need to be super cautious. You need to have as many exceptions as you possibly can. You need to be very precise. You need to wield a scalpel, not an axe. And this is a chainsaw. So that is my concern about this particular bill, which is going to become law. I predict the Supreme Court strikes it down because of some of the things I've just been saying, and they're pretty hot on free speech. But maybe they won't. It's possible they won't. And if they don't, let's see where it takes us in 5 years, in 10 years. It won't happen overnight, but like they say about the shampoo, it will happen. So let's revisit this in a decade or two if it gets up. Any thoughts?
It feels a lot like Australia's youth social media ban, in which everyone kind of agrees, oh yeah, this is a thing that we want to protect and we want to protect kids from. So there's good intent, but applying it is a total schmozzle of encryption and implied invasions of privacy.
Yeah, absolutely. I always say whenever there's a bill that can be summed up with won't someone think of the children, give it a second look. Always give it a second look.
Interesting. Because it'd be good to like revenge porn is terrible.
Yeah.
But it's a shame that this is the solution. I did quotes for those listening.
Well, look, if I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I've got no idea what I'm talking about. Almost certainly. I'm sure the Peppers will tell me all about in the correspondence. I think, and I'm now going to go and have a look at that correspondence. I hope you enjoyed the it's quite an extra we gave you here. We'll be seeing you in 6 days' time, 7 days' time. There will not be a second PEP this week.
Yeah. So do not watch the black smoke from the chimney of that makes PEP.
There will be no smoke, except for the smoke coming out of my ears if I do have to put out a bloody second PEP because there's been such news. No, there isn't going to be a second PEP. This is just be one for this week.
No news for the American Pope. That doesn't.
The American Pope, I'm sure, is going to feature heavily in the next PEP. My God, so much has happened overnight. Jesus, news, stop it! Until then, stay peppy.